Oh,
Hi everybody, welcome to this hangout in which we will be discussing the upcoming UK election. I thought we could go around the table and introduce ourselves and talk a bit about various topics related to British politics and so on. Yeah, I'm Captain Andy, your host for this evening. My political interests are things like secularism, humanism, animal rights, social justice, and things of that nature. Um, Sage, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I run a YouTube channel called Sage Lion. Yes, yes, I know. My parents called me that. It's just my name translated into English. Anyway, I'm left-leaning. I have a little YouTube channel where I do politics and stuff. And yeah, I pretty much deal with the same stuff as Andy.
Cool, cool. King Alfarazon.
yes.
Is that,
Hello.
is that how you, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Arth Arizon.
Cool, cool. Do you want to
Uh,
tell us a bit about yourself?
yeah, I'm King Arth Arizon. I have a YouTube channel where I talk about feminism, a bit of ethical philosophy, and politics. I am radical left in theory, but when it comes to sort of practical politics and political parties and policies, I tend to favour sort of a social democrat position. Um,
Okay.
Sometimes maybe right libertarian because I am a market socialist, so I do think free market can have a lot of validity.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Josh, do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Oh, I don't really make YouTube videos because I'm not really someone who has patience for that kind of thing. But
Okay.
I do tend to take an interest, as you two have just said, in social justice politics. That's my main, I guess, area of focus. Also, to a lesser extent, with uh, hmm, I don't know. I'm not sure what else to say.
Okay.
But yeah, I
That's
tend to be
cool.
economically, I guess, centrist, but
Okay.
like more socially left leaning. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Jacob, what about yourself?
Wait,
You
how
need to
do I
unmute.
mute?
You need to unmute your mic, by the way. Hello,
Uh, ah,
Jake.
He's turning his telly off.
All right.
Apparently that takes a while.
Okay. Well, so Captain Michael, do you want to? Is it Michael or Mickle?
Captain Mickle, but Mike's fine for the conversation.
Okay, cool. Well, so, yeah, can you tell us a bit about yourself, and then we'll come back to me.
I suppose I'm slightly left-leaning, but I'm comfortable being in the centre, kind of social democrat. But mostly I look at secular politics and, well, welfare stuff more than anything. So the current problems with our welfare system and stuff like that, but mostly secular politics as well. So that's pretty much me in a
Yeah.
nutshell, if you wanted that.
Okay, cool. Aren't you the president of the AHA or something at your university?
Atheist, Humanist, and Secular Society, yeah.
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 All right, cool.
I just came back from being at a load of CU events as well, so kind of
Oh, all right.
branching out. So
Cool, yeah. Cool. Okay, Jacob, have you turned your TV off yet?
I don't
It's,
understand.
it's the off button. Sorry. Okay, we won't rush you. Sorry.
Poor guy.
Tell you what, okay, not to worry. Yeah, I was going to go around first, but to asking basically who are people thinking of voting for? Like, have people decided already, or or are they still thinking about it, or whatever? I mean, I don't know. Sage, what are your thoughts?
I'm probably going to vote for the Green Party unless unless the leader of the Green Party says something really, really stupid between now until the general election. And then I know they're not going to succeed, but afterwards I'll probably try to campaign for proportional representation. But yeah, so that's sort of who I'm going to go for.
Yeah.
It's mostly because of their stance against TTIP and also their stance on the environment.
Yeah. I think, I probably I'm going to do the same. I think I'm thinking similar, although I don't think they're going to steal the election. I think it's worth going for the long game. I think, and trying to see if we can win some ground for the Green Party. Because I think they are for us on the left almost what UKIP are for the right in a weird way. They're like the sort of third party option that stands a chance of actually making some movement. I don't know if that's so. I do think the policy. I like the policies they've got. I've looked at them. I thought those seem like achievable, good policies. I was like, yeah, I think I want to vote for that basically. But, okay. Yeah, King. What about yourself?
Yeah, I actually do have a video on it where I talk about who I'm going to vote for in 2015, and it is it's basically a longer version of the argument I said in your comment section a while ago. I basically said that I will vote for Labour, not necessarily because I think Labour will be that much better than the Conservatives. Simply, I think the Conservatives have been so bad that we should not reward how terrible they've been with a second term. And therefore we should vote for the party that's likely to get them out. And it's possible that even in 2020, I might actually vote Conservative if Labour are so shit. I just want to get them out. That's my choice.
Controversial, yeah. I mean, I was thinking originally I was going to vote Labour because I was thinking I don't really like the party particularly, but I was thinking I really want the coalition gone because it sucks. The coalition is absolutely dreadful in my opinion. But then I was thinking, I looked at Labour and I think, and Labour have recently come out speaking positively of UKIP.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, this is so weird. I just think that's them trying to win back like the people they've lost to UKIP, because a number of UKIP supporters are actually they're not all disenfranchised Tories. Some of them are. Actually from Labour.
Some of them are sort of just idiots, it's worth noting. I mean, there are...
Some of them?
well, sorry, I guess I should...
Some.
I know people who have, they would favour Labour, but having not even thought about UKIP and just having heard that UKIP is some big party that's going to reform everything, like, I like reform, I like change. Yeah, I have a theory.
I agree. I've come across these people as well. It's frustrating, to say the least, to try and reason with him.
Yeah.
My theory is that because Miliband is just so awkward and terrible and pathetic as a leader, that he's actually going to be just really good. Like, I think it would be brilliant if we voted in Miliband and he was just the most charismatic, strong in the UK.
As funny as that would be, I don't think the whole, like, I know we've got like the first past the post system, but I really don't think that we should like vote for either one or two parties. We should try and vote our conscience, because at the end of the day, what Labour offers is just Tory light, basically. It's just Tory light at the moment. But yeah, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. Josh, I mean, who are you planning to vote for?
I'm actually still undecided on that, if I'm honest. I was going to vote for the Greens originally, but recently Labour have come out with a policy regarding teaching all school children about sexual consent and LGBT issues from age 5 onwards.
Yeah.
And that's something that's actually made me reconsider not voting Labour. And to be honest, ideologically, I'm actually, I'm more, I'm most similar to the, most aligned with the Lib Dems. But that's the thing is, they've been so terrible for the past few years that that's the main thing putting me off voting for them. So it's either Labour or the Greens.
Right, yeah. So I think Lib Dem, would have been my choice once, but it's easy to vote. It was easy to vote for them once because they probably weren't going to get in. So I don't know. They could always have really good policies if they wanted.
I reckon they should just get rid of Nick Clegg. Like, that's the first thing they should do, because he's just a terrible party leader.
Yeah. Yes.
You right, guys?
How are we doing? You
Is
turned
it
the
still
TV
February?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
The election's over.
Thanks.
So, Jacob, yeah, I mean, who are you planning to vote for, if anyone?
Well, at the moment, I'll just vote for anyone who can make technology simpler.
Okay. Such as?
Well, I mean,
Well, you don't want the Conservatives then.
in the Green Party, you've probably got like TVs made from grass or something, haven't you?
Oh, that would be quite cool. From hemp, I would have thought.
It would be.
It would be like hemp TVs.
That's
That's like MTV.
Nice.
Yeah, go on.
The other thing I forgot to say was the Greens have some policies that I find to be, I guess, pseudoscientific. You know, especially the ones regarding GMOs and that. That's they come across as a bit like.
GMOs, homeopathy, and nuclear power are my big.
That's the main problem with them, and also there's some other stupid crap in their manifesto, like making all patients' rooms in hospitals like segregated. Like, I mean, I don't see why that's what's the point?
Are the Greens? Did you say the Greens are into homeopathy?
Not as an official policy, but Caroline Lucas signed for. There was a big petition that went round members of Parliament, and she aimed to keeping homeopathy on the NHS.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still her view, but that was her view at the time, and I was quite disappointed because.
So there's elements.
Yeah.
There's elements amongst them that are pro homeopathy.
Which isn't like that's not a killer. Like they could still be a good party even if they have some people with pseudoscientific beliefs.
I think that's more a placebo thing though, as opposed to her thinking it's magic.
Yeah.
I don't know her reasoning.
Exactly.
If I understand,
Currently, Natalie Bennett is the leader at the moment, if I understand correctly.
Natalie Bennett's the leader at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear it properly.
as I understand it, homeopathic medicine does get a bit of a bad rap because, I mean, I'm not sure if homeopathic medicine is the same thing as like I'm trying to think what the word for it is, like the homemade cures. Like you have lemon and honey, and that cures a sore throat. I don't know if I'm completely misunderstanding what homeopathic medicine is, but I have heard people say that maybe the NHS should be like, you know, if someone calls up and they're like, oh, I've got a cold, they should just be like, oh, you know, just have some lemon and honey or something like that. I don't know.
That's herbal remedies though, which.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that's
You've got to be careful with the words like herbal, because it can just mean something like that, like a nice bit of tea, you know, some sort of exotic tea, which is probably quite good for you, or it can be like herbal remedies, as in the sense of sort of voodoo kind of magic potions. I think that's the grey area. You've got to be clear with people like of what's being proposed, because lots of real medicine is herbal. Like medicinal marijuana, for example, is obviously herbal, isn't it? So, so there are such things, but yeah, I've noticed like pseudoscience can sneak its way into real science through use of sort of crafty language. But the same is also true. I think sometimes real science can sometimes get wrongly dismissed as pseudoscience because maybe it sounds a bit like it, or I don't know. Excuse me. Sorry. But yeah, the other thing with the Greens was apparently one of their candidates is a transphobe, unfortunately. Which is sad. Only one of their candidates, though. It's not like a policy they have. But...
Don't they have some trans candidates as well?
What's that, sorry?
Didn't they have some trans candidates as well?
Yeah, that's the other thing. They do have trans candidates, but they also have one transphobic candidate. Apparently he's allied himself with these TERF-type feminists, these trans-exclusionary radical feminists.
Oh, them.
Yes.
Not good.
There's still only one candidate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a party that attracts them in droves like UKIP.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Has anyone here had the conversation where you explained to someone that UKIP had to have a policy against BNP members, and that person says, "Well, at least they have a policy against BNP members." Like,
Yeah.
and you're like, "No, that's
Yeah,
not."
I've seen that argument before. Like, oh yeah, Labour once hired this ex-BNP councillor, and I'm like, yeah, because Labour don't have to generally deal with ex-BNP members joining their party.
Yeah.
It's a bit like, to me, it's like certain nightclubs that won't let people in if they're dressed a certain way or something, or won't let people in with tracksuits and stuff. It's like, it's probably because they know there's going to be trouble, whereas places that are quite nice and don't have trouble will just let anyone in. It's almost a bit like that in a weird way. It's like a really nice bar will just usually let anyone in, but if it's in a really rough area that they're always having trouble, it's like, no, let's just segregate everyone off as much as possible.
Yeah, I guess if you replace being drunk to being rabid about brown people, then it's a good analogy. You know, you don't want to let the wrong people into a nightclub, but you can let them into a pub just for a few pints.
Yeah, I suppose. So yeah, that's the other thing with UKIP. I mean, every time they show up to European Parliament, they usually show up drunk and shout a lot of racist abuse at the other people there. That's all. So apart from being a bigoted, racist, homophobic, and whatever you party, they're also completely useless in terms of representing anything.
And they still claim EU expenses, regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, even though they're opposed
despite whinging about foreigners doing that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
A lot of hypocrisy there with Nigel Farage, ex-banker, privately educated, wife's German, complains about immigrants. Yeah.
His wife's German?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm just amazed he's even got a wife, to be honest. Sorry, that was harsh. Oh,
I've seen his wife. His wife, oh god, they had like this weird thing where they sent out postcards to like political opponents, and they basically, his wife pretended to be like a housewife, and she was wearing an apron and she was cooking, and the idea was that they were satirizing being a really sexist family. It was on How I Got Me, I think. I saw it. Yeah. He is a lunatic. Or it might actually, no, sorry, oh no, actually I'm making a mistake. It was the other guy, Michael Bloom, I think. The he was the one who got called out. Do you remember the incident where UKIP just had white people in one of their leaflets, and Michael Bloom got asked about it?
Godfrey Bloom, you mean?
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Godfrey Bloom. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There is a Michael Bloom in politics. Godfrey Bloom. And then he whacked him over the head and was like, "That's racist."
Oh, I've seen that, yeah.
Coming from the guy who said bongo bongo land.
Exactly. It always makes me think about if someone walked up to Hitler and I'm sorry, Godwin's Law. I don't care about Godwin's Law. I just do it all the time. I'm done with people complaining about Godwin's Law. Hitler, you walk up and go, "Why are you just sending Jews to concentration camps?" And he's like, "That's racist."
Yeah.
Why do you pay attention to their race?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't see race. Yeah.
He was a very blatant.
Yeah.
It was a very blatant example of dodging the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing.
That's why they normally their way of dodging the question is good. EU, give more money than we get back. Any question, just whatever it is, that's their response.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, if people are Eurosceptics, that's one thing. I've always said to people who support UKIP, I said I don't necessarily have a problem with people being Eurosceptical. That's not really the issue with UKIP. I personally actually think being part of Europe would be a good thing, but I'd like to try and reform it a bit. I'd like to reform the EU a bit so that it works a bit better.
I think you can be Eurosceptic without wanting to leave and not wanting to support a party with all those other policies.
Yeah, that's the thing. The
other policies the
original party's founder, he left because it became so infiltrated with right-wing wankers essentially.
Yeah. What was his name again? I can't remember. It was Lord.
Alan Sked.
Alan Scad, that was it. He's not a lord, is he?
I don't know. I don't think so. Though.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, but he formed it, didn't he? And then he left because, like you say, it was attracted too many nutters.
I don't think we've even the worst thing I've seen UKIP do is do you remember the whole Rotherham sex abuse scandal?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I live in that town, so yay. They were basically saying it's the Labour Party's fault that all this happened. And I'm just sitting there thinking, you're going to use sexually abused children as political propaganda. That's that's a new low.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's sort of the MO, isn't it? Because they've got like a lot of BNP people on their side. That's kind of what they do, really. I think the whole Rotherham thing, because it's so politicized, we can't really try and move towards like improving things so that shit like that doesn't happen in the future, which is quite upsetting.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's been there've been a lot of that's the thing. I get why the council did what it did, but because there've always been like racial tensions here in Rotherham. But the thing is, they've actually done the opposite of because they've actually made racial tensions worse with all this. Now that we've found all this stuff out, so I mean, because there've been white men who've been saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna rape your women now in revenge for what was done to us," which is bullshit because there were Asian children who were sexually abused and ignored by the authorities as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a systemic thing where cops just didn't take them seriously, which is really horrible as well because of the class of the people. And I'm like, that's sort of what feminism is about. Basically, you got to take care. You got to listen and believe to the victims and at least try and investigate it with that kind of mindset. But they didn't do that, and a lot of I see the people who are parroting Rotherham as like a flag for their own political ends. A lot of those people are opposed to feminism and opposed to that sort of listen and believe sort of mindset. So I kind of find them disingenuous.
They're just racist bastards.
It's almost like using race to just bring into any conversation means you probably won't find the best solution to the problem. If your attitude towards absolutely any problem, like education or healthcare, is just to go, oh, it's race, you're not going to find it.
The EDL were camping outside the police station for weeks after that revelation came about. I actually saw them. I took a picture at one point. And it's just, the whole thing has just been a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing to do would probably be, in regards to that sort of stuff, is just basically try and implement changes that could prevent that from happening in the future as soon as possible.
The government have taken over Rotherham Council in order to do that recently.
Yeah, it's a rotten borough, isn't it? Or was it?
What do you mean?
Rotten borough. That's the term, isn't it? I think for when.
Yeah, Blackadder.
Yeah.
Rotten? What do you mean? I've not heard that term.
I think it's basically when when a council is corrupt. I think, isn't it? Am I correct?
There's.
Yeah, that sounds like a fitting term.
Unless there's a more specific.
I think it comes from a time when it wasn't so much corrupt as it was corrupt, but it was a time when the entire political institutions of England were corrupt. So the idea was that I think you could just pay to represent the borough. I think, because I'm trying to remember the Blackadder episode, because I remember we watched that in history to learn what a rotten borough is, and I think that the idea of the episode is that they're paying to make King or Prince George leader of this borough so that he can, become a...
you mean Series 3?
Yeah, Series 3. I don't know.
Oh god, that episode. I love that.
Yeah.
And they've got younger. He's about 14.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say the parties that are going to be currently contesting the election at the moment. I've got a list of people that are most numerous: the Conservatives, Liberal Democrats, Labour, UKIP, the Green Party, SNP, Plaid Cymru, and the BNP. Which I was surprised that they're still on the ballot, to be
I'd
honest.
say the BNP
Yeah.
is still going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I just fact checked this a couple, like 2 or 3 hours ago. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought they kind of died after the European elections, but I'm
Yeah.
obviously a bit misinformed.
Yeah, as a
I know that Nick Griffin's no
Yeah.
longer. They've kicked Nick Griffin out.
They replaced him with a guy who knife attacked a bike, I think.
Oh
He
god.
did really
Oh
something
yeah,
really
Nick
weird.
Griffin's voting for UKIP, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh no.
Which I find, I don't think he realizes that he's basically made it so. He's taking down UKIP by saying he's going to vote for them. In essence, I mean, I found out what a rotten borough is, by the way. It's technically a borough that has a anomalously small population, so that winning it provides a disproportionate amount of representation. That's
Oh right.
so
Cool.
it's not quite as cool.
I thought it was just a borough that sucked.
Well,
I'm
actually,
well impressed by that. Yeah. I thought it was
Well,
just like this
Rotherham
borough
also
is
meets that
rotten.
description.
yeah, I think it's
There's fuck all there, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I just thought it referred to a generally corrupt borough, but
I think that's like a slang term. It's kind of like, I mean, for example, we call the Conservatives Tories, even though Tories actually have a historical meaning that is at least slightly different, you know.
yeah.
So I think now it's used to mean just a shitty place, kind of.
Yeah. Sorry, John, that wasn't what I meant, Josh, when I said before it's a rotten borough. I wasn't just saying
Well,
Rotherham's a shit.
don't apologise. It is shit.
You're allowed to say that though, because you live there. I think that's the rule.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to be offended by the truth.
Well, you did give us the Chuckle Brothers, though, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes, but
So, yeah.
there's that. But we also gave you William Hague.
Oh!
That bastard.
Yes, he's from Rotherham.
How can anyone that posh be from Rotherham? No offense. You guys probably remember William Hague as the leader of the Conservatives.
Traitor.
Yeah, but I remember him from earlier, where he was the 16-year-old kid who gave the speech in Parliament. That's what I remember him as, because I'm a bit older. Like, has anyone seen that? No. He was 16, and he gave a speech in Parliament, and it was so horrible. He was the poster child for Tories at the time. It was just idiot.
Oh yeah, and there was also one Labour peer who was he was actually born in Pakistan, but he grew up in Rotherham, and then he got into trouble for saying something anti-Semitic because he basically got like a speeding ticket at one point, and then he was found saying like he was discovered to have appeared on Pakistani television saying it was a Jewish conspiracy or something.
Oh,
For a speeding ticket.
yeah.
The fact that he got in trouble for it. I know. Yeah. So there's not. Yeah. We there's a lot of wankers from here.
Oh, so you're not working for the Rotherham Tourist Board then? The
No,
Chuckle Brothers,
not really.
William Hague, and an anti-Semite. Oh God, I do love these conspiracy theories. I mean, they're stupid, but they're sort of hilarious. Like, why people would go to such weirdly elaborate lengths to try and control the world secretly. Like, why would you even want to do it secretly? If you've got all this power and you can control the world, why wouldn't you just do it openly?
They don't want to do it secretly. What they want to do is they want to do it secretly, but they want to put a few small references in pop culture. You know,
His name was Nazir Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed. That was the anti-Semite. Oh, right.
Yeah, I'll type his name in chat.
Yeah, and he's the anti-Semite Pakistani guy from Rotherham.
A Labour peer.
And he was a Labour, right with you.
I think he still is.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I think he's getting. I think he might be getting kicked out, but I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised. I fucking hope so.
Mm. Well, I was thinking of other issues. Captain Mickle as well. I was wondering, on the terms of secular issues, I heard, have humanist weddings been disallowed or something recently?
Humanist weddings they've kind of fallen off the Tories, or I think it was the coalition, that fallen off their radar. So they were being discussed, and there was no real opposition. Just like, yeah, we'll let them through, whatever. And then somehow they got dropped, and then like they're not being discussed. I think the Greens are still in support of them, just because the Greens are pretty secular anyway.
So,
But
can you still have a humanist wedding? Then?
I guess not officially. I've not really looked into it too much because I'm not really looking about weddings at the moment. But it was really weird because it was going along nicely as far as I know, and then just got completely dropped. And I can't really see where the political capital in it is for dropping humanist weddings. Some people have said it was to like get cozy up with the Church of England, but.
Yeah, but
I don't really see why they dropped it. It seems a really weird move. But
it bothers me though.
It bothers me how close the Conservatives seem to be with the Church of England in general, but they are an explicitly, well, David Cameron is explicitly Christian, so I guess that's only inevitable.
For political reasons, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing was that it's all political maneuvering though, because at the time they were actually trying to push for gay marriage, and at the same time they were going to say that gay marriage is okay, but if you're a straight couple, you can't get like a civil union, which is what I think they mean by secular thing, because they wanted to force people through the church as sort of as a way to placate the church at the moment. But yeah, they probably forgot about it because they didn't really care about it, to be perfectly honest. It was just a political maneuver.
Yeah, because it bothers me because I went to a humanist wedding once. I've only been to one. My auntie had a humanist wedding, and it was one of the best weddings I've been to. Because I normally find weddings really boring. I just hate all the kind of la-di-da-di-da-ness about them. But at the same time, I thought the humanist wedding would be kind of really cold and clinical. You know, I thought it would be all like, because there's no religious stuff allowed at humanist weddings. Like, there's no, you're not even allowed candles. There's no candles. There's no religious music allowed. And this all made me think, oh, this sounds really clinical and cold, and it'll all be like, do you accept this person's secular, non-religious, godless action? Do you accept this, that you'll live with this person until you die and then rot? And I thought it would be like that, but it wasn't. It was a really moving, kind of quite emotional and uplifting event.
But you still don't have to have a religious wedding. You can still have a state one. I don't really know where the distinction falls in it being a state secular one and a humanist one. I don't really know where that distinction falls.
It was, there was a humanist celebrant sort of hosting things. So she was like what the sort of secular version of a priest, maybe, or whatever. But, I think state weddings, like registry office dues, they seem to me to be just really boring, bland, kind of clinical affairs.
They're over quite quick in my experience. So.
They're over quickly, which is the only saving grace of them. But you see, I'm a bit of a miserable bastard, and when I go to weddings, I just, I just sort of sit there thinking, oh God, I hope this is over soon, because it's just there's all this. It takes ages to walk down the aisle, and it's look, it didn't take everyone else here that long to walk down the aisle. Everyone else walked down the aisle, found their fucking seats, sat down, and you know, and here you are going like, and I'm just like, oh, hurry the fuck up. But then there's all this, there's all this long waffle in the priest usually going on about, because the ring is a symbol. We are gathered here today to witness the marriage of these people whose full names I'm going to read out, including all their embarrassing middle names.
That's the best bit.
we already all know who the hell they are, but we're just gonna read all this out. And here's some children we've dressed in suits and bridesmaiding things because, yay, children make everything cute. And they're sort of nice events, but I really just want to get to the piss up by this point. I'm just like, when's the fucking reception? Let's get to that, because that's where there's free beer, and that's cool. I know that.
Weddings should generally be more like funerals, really. You should only have
There should be a dead person at them.
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
It's just hope that there is.
Yeah, you just have a brief bit, and then it's kind of just getting drunk and laughing about how secretly sad you are. Good times.
Yeah, I find like actually at the end of a funeral, although it's a funeral, I can feel kind of happy because I've got together with a load of people and we've reminisced about the dearly departed.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, and we've all had a few drinks, and it's like, it's actually really weird. It's like we've sort of appreciated their life in concentrated form. You know, we've like totally dedicated a whole day to just that person's life from start to finish.
I had that recently. My cousin was killed in a car crash.
Oh, that's sad.
Sorry to hear about that.
But obviously he was young and we were close, and up until that point I'd only really been to sort of very old 80s, 90s-year-old relatives, and I'd been able to enjoy myself at the wake, and I thought this time I wouldn't really be able to enjoy myself. But even then you still do get the sense of like you're all in it together and you can comfort each other in it. And we ended up going out and getting very drunk, and I woke in a bed, I wasn't quite sure where, but I just ended up walking outside at 8 o'clock in the morning or something the next day. So
yeah, well, it's celebrating someone's life, isn't it? Is the way I like to look at it. You know, we celebrate the life of the person who's gone. I mean, I'm assuming we're all non-religious of some stripe here.
Yeah.
Either atheist. Yeah. I mean, to me, because I don't believe in an afterlife. I think, you know, we shouldn't talk about the person like they're still around. We should celebrate their life. We should look, but I think even religious people do that. They look back, don't they, on that person's life, and they remember what that person was like. They don't talk about meeting them again, or I think.
Well, I think sometimes they do.
Yeah, a bit. I think they do, but that's
like
why
that, it's mentioned in passing.
Yeah, it's a sort of token thing to say, isn't it? But I would like a humanist funeral though when I go, even though I won't be there to appreciate it.
You can have them. Humanist funerals are all right. I think we can have them.
Oh, they're all right with that. They're all right with us dying how we like, but not with us getting married how we like.
It also seems a bit hypocritical on the sides of the Conservatives, because they tend to talk about like family values and stuff, and then they're stopping people getting married the way they want to start a family. It just strikes me as incredibly hypocritical, and I like I said, I don't really see why they did it. It's a really weird political move to me, to just go, this issue that no one really cares about and they could get through really easily, to then stop it. Like, it's not that difficult. Why suddenly make a big deal out of it? But
yeah, I think it was just they had just done the gay marriage thing, and they just wanted to calm the church down, basically, which is the only reason why they did it. That's why they didn't actually go through with anything.
Who are we going to oppress now? We've been oppressed. Humanist. Okay, yes, those fuckers. Right, yeah.
Don't worry, Church of England. We're still shitting on some people.
Yeah. We want the monopoly on something. Yeah. We've got to. Oh God. I hope that gets sorted. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but still, it would be nice to have a humanist wedding, should I ever choose to get married, which I probably won't, but, you know.
It's one of those things that it's so small that it's not even really a political... it's just not really a political issue. You could just go, yep, sorted, done. It's really... But
yeah.
There's more important things, but, when something's small, why not just get it out of the way? But,
yeah, I think, really... It's one of those things that's been sneakily been... Yeah, it's almost just subtly dropped off the radar, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's hope they stay forgetting about it.
Mhm.
The NHS at the moment is kind of worrying me, personally speaking. I'm very worried about that, and I'm sort of worried about what the Conservatives planned for the next election. They're planning to reduce our public spending to £120 billion a year, which is horrible because that means.
They can't even do that. Isn't
Yeah. How is that number even possible?
Yeah, I was looking at the budgets the other day, and it seemed to be that the NHS alone was about 116 billion.
Well,
pensions.
Well, the welfare budget's 111 billion.
Yeah, and I think pensions is up there at 80, 90, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think those three things take up a huge amount of our budget, and everything else, relatively, I think so. You know, education, military, prisons take up only about 10 billion.
Police.
Yeah. Oh god. No, we absolutely need the NHS.
Yeah.
I mean, that cannot be. What is UKIP's policy on the NHS? Because they've flipped and flopped a bit about this, haven't they?
Pro-privatisation.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But then they've also said
They're even
not.
more pro-privatisation than the Tories.
Is that their policy or just their opinions? Because I've seen policy saying one thing, which is we will protect the NHS.
Nigel Farage once said that we should move to an insurance-based system.
But if you read their policy, it says keep the NHS free at point of service, except for.
I'm sorry. I'm not buying it, considering they tend to be. They tend to be more pro-austerity and pro-privatisation than the Tories.
I'm not buying it. I'm just saying what their policy says, rather than saying what's the difference.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit.
Want to do.
I think UKIP is one of those few radical parties that would become more crazy if they got into power. Like normally, like for example, like Andy said with the Liberals, you could support them when they had no chance of getting into power because you liked their policies. But when they actually got into power, you realised, that they weren't going to. They were going to become more centrist. I think UKIP, apart from the fact I disagree with their policies as they are, will definitely become more right wing and will push the country more right wing. Like it's not just you can't say I support UKIP's policies, so I'm going to vote UKIP. You have to say I support UKIP's policies and the direction UKIP is going to take this country.
Well, we're already in a rightward direction. That's a problem. We've been in a rightward direction since Thatcher, and all the governments have been pushing us there ever since. I just think we need a party that's going to move us slightly towards the left now, because we do need some progressive policies brought in.
Yeah.
Some of Labour's policies are a bit like I reckon they're a bit. Well, they're not like socialist like they would have been in the 70s, but they're still a bit more left-wing than they have been in the past decade. Like they've, I remember last year they promised 20 hours of free childcare a week, for those who need it, which would be very helpful to working-class families.
Yeah.
I think that's a result of the increasing Green membership, though, because they're showing that there's more taste for left-wing politics than initially we thought. When there was just the four parties who were very right-wing, everyone just thought you could stay on the right. But now that you've got Greens coming up, people are maybe thinking, policymakers are maybe thinking that actually left could also get voters as well.
Well, I think it's more of a stealing votes from Labour, because Labour is like Tories are right, and then Labour's more centre right now, and I was really disappointed with the Lib Dems. I thought they would at least be at the very least centrist while in government. They haven't been like that at all. They've pretty much rolled over and just like given the business to the Conservatives on everything.
Yeah.
Although, did anyone see? It was an article quite a while ago now about what they've blocked whilst they were in the coalition.
Go on.
I'm trying to remember, because bearing in mind this is straight from the Lib Dems' mouth, so take it with a pinch of salt. But things like blocking a ban on teaching climate change or something crazy like that in schools.
Right, like that's what UKIP support, banning teaching climate change.
Yeah, which is
I mean, that might be one of the many policies that they've changed in the last 2 years.
no, that's still there,
All right, okay.
and it's insane. I don't know how they can even.
See, yeah, this is an example. I know we were talking about the fact that humanist marriages shouldn't be political, but they are. You know, even basic facts of science, like the fact that human nature isn't some rigid thing that causes everyone to be selfish, or the fact that evolution and climate change are real, become political matters. And you know, I mean, I dislike sort of Sam Harris and all his talk about moral relativism and all of that. But at the same time, a lot of people do have this attitude that in politics, you can't say things that are matter-of-factly wrong. So if someone's like, "Oh, I don't buy into evolution or climate change," people are like, "Well, that's their political opinion. It's not. It's wrong."
Yeah.
Well, it's the Koch brothers as well. Yeah, it's the Koch brothers. They're sponsoring think tanks and stuff that are actually pushing out these sort of messages. Like in America, they support the American Enterprise Institute, and in the UK, they support the Henry Jackson Society, and they're involved in a lot of climate change denialism and you know that sort of thing. They spent like $67 million on sponsoring these think tanks. So.
God.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, it's like you say, there's no controversy about climate change. I mean, the BBC eventually just finally, didn't they, I mean, not long ago said that stop entertaining the other side of this debate, because there really isn't a debate. Climate change is a fact. It's not, there's no controversy surrounding it in academia. There is a controversy politically, but that's actual in the scientific community. There really is no significant controversy any more than there is about things like evolution or anything like that. It's not something we need to hear the other side of. There is no other side.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. Some debates really do just deserve to have one side just basically said to them, "Fuck off, we don't care."
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the few videos I like by the Amazing Atheist that I think I saw just around the time that I was starting to completely go off, and was called "The Jury Is In on Climate Change," and he linked to a study. Admittedly, the video was only good because of the study he was basing off, not really because of anything he was saying. But he linked to a study, and it was basically a study that went through the last 40 years or so of climate change papers, and it found that, I believe I might know this, is 13,497 climate change papers, and only 14 of those denied that climate change was happening, and only about 38-ish said climate change was happening, but not due to human causes. And it's something like 99.81% of all climate change papers published in the last 40 years have said, yes, climate change is happening, and yes, it is the result of human activity. So there really is academically.
The consensus on climate change is amongst climate change scientists is the same as the consensus amongst biologists that evolution is correct.
Yeah.
So if you don't believe in climate change, it's as bad as believing that Jesus rode dinosaurs, essentially.
Yeah.
But one of the things that if you ever
talk to believe that, by the way.
That would be great.
That would be awesome. I would totally love to believe that Jesus rode dinosaurs. That would be cool.
I would too. Yeah. One of the things that comes up if you talk to people about climate change, and it came up when I was talking to my UKIP friend, was the idea that it's the money making it do that, as if scientists are making money out of climate change. Have you met scientists? They would, a lot of them, if they thought they could undermine this, you'd get loads of fame if you brought out a paper that actually undermined the idea of climate change. To be that one guy would be fantastic. So I don't think that argument is awful, basically.
Has any of you guys seen Rick and Morty? They did an episode about it where they used a very, very good bit of satire explaining the whole climate change denialism thing. It's literally about money. Basically, the corporations put money into the climate change deniers. I'm sorry, you guys can carry on. I'm interrupted.
No, I was finished. So.
No, go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
So yeah, definitely. Because a lot of the time with climate change denialism is sponsored by all these rich oil companies that have a vested interest, financial interest in actually keeping the whole other side of the argument alive. And a lot of the news organizations that humor that also have a vested interest as well from the people that own them. So yeah, that's something you guys really. You should look into definitely the Koch brothers, their sponsorship of this sort of stuff. I mean, my God, the amount of money. Sorry, my science. The amount of money that they spend on like climate change denialism, you could like feed and clothe like hundreds of people with that for like years.
Yes.
There's
Yeah, just all that money spent on blatant misinformation.
Yeah.
There's a documentary on it that basically, I think, details all of the players. I mean, it's about a standard documentary length, hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes, called "Greedy Lying Bastards," which is an apt title, and it is basically just about how much money it's put in from various places into. And I think it centers on sort of a debate that was happening in Congress at the time, and it was basically going through every single person who was arguing against, acknowledging climate change in government policy, and showing exactly who was paying them and all of that type of stuff. It's interesting.
Just to kind of just put in a point for that other side, I think there is a problem with green groups, and in a way, Green Party here, in really politicizing climate change in their own way as well. So it's a scientific fact, but they also politicize it as well, and can make it seem like more of a horror story than it might potentially be, overstate the effects. And so I don't think politicizing it is just a problem with deniers. It's just that for deniers, the only thing they have is politics.
Yeah. The other thing was, some people have said to me, and I've had this argument with some climate change denialists. They say climate scientists, well, obviously they've got a vested interest, like this whole idea, they're just in it for the money. But I keep explaining to them, look, even if climate change was happening, climate scientists would still have a job. They would still have to study the climate. Their job does not suddenly go away because anthropocentric climate change isn't happening. Even if climate change is happening for some other reason, climate scientists still have to study it. Yeah. It's not like they'd all be on the dole if there was no anthropocentric climate change. So it's not this argument that it's all for the money. It doesn't really make any sense when it sort of sounds good on the surface, but you scratch the surface, it doesn't really work.
No.
There's a bit of projection there, I reckon.
Yeah, a lot. Yes.
Yeah. This idea that everything has to be done for money. No, maybe some people are just interested in finding out what's going on.
Yeah.
A lot of science, you can't really be a scientist for the money. I'm going into research, and I know that's not true.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you consider as well that the very small, tiny number of scientists who deny anthropocentric climate change all seem to have, monetary ties with the petrochemical industry.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of them are just very skeptical of exactly what the causes are. So although we might lump them with people who deny, they are legitimate skeptics, and they're good for encouraging debate and trying to work stuff out.
Yeah.
There's not many of them, but there are some who have legitimate scientific stands. It's just that they're in the minority, and generally they put their papers forward for peer review, but they're not, and they're looked at and they're like, yeah, you've got some points here, but this is where you're wrong. Like, they are legitimate scientists, they're just in the minority.
I suppose there would be some. I mean, do you guys know who David Bellamy is?
No.
I don't know if you'd remember him, because you're all quite young. But when I was a kid, he was a beloved children's television presenter, and the sort of shows he would present would be on science. There'd be like sort of nature, sciencey type shows, and we always assumed he was a scientist. and he may or may not be, I'm not entirely clear on it, but he actually came out a few years ago as a climate change denialist, and he gets humiliated. There's a clip somewhere on YouTube. He gets humiliated arguing with another scientist on the news about this, and the other scientist basically explains to him quite clearly why climate change is a real thing. But David Bellamy's only defense is, it's not, because I've been to a website somewhere, and I think that's actually what he says. He doesn't even name the website. He says, I've been to a website and got some information. Because although he's just, you got to remember, like, old school scientists, a lot of them don't actually know how to use the internet. They're sciencey type people, but the internet is as confusing to them as it is to any other old person, basically. And but yeah, he was a beloved children's TV presenter of the 70s and 80s, and it turns out he was probably more of a TV presenter than he was a scientist. I think he was just, but yes, he was one of these people possibly who, with a genuine, possibly scientific interest in debunking climate change.
According to his Wikipedia page, he was a botanist.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I was looking at his Wikipedia page too.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's also an environmental campaigner, which I would have thought would imply environmentalist, but
I think he's back and forth on this issue a little bit, from what I can gather. But he was famous. This is kind of cruel. He was famous for having a bit of a lisp. And I saw he did a show once about sloths, and just hearing him trying to pronounce the word sloth. I know I shouldn't laugh, but it was like, it came out, I was like, sloth. It's just like, oh, I know I shouldn't laugh at stuff like that, but I couldn't help it. He was very famous for a bit of having a slight speech impediment. But I shouldn't laugh, I know.
Speech impediments can happen to any one of us.
They can, yes.
Can I bring something else up that's been talked about regarding the next election?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, after the Scottish referendum, the SNP went up considerably in the polls, and also their membership shot up. And some people are predicting that they're going to take the vast majority of seats in Scotland at the next election. Which I think is a bit hyperbolic, because I mean, like the studies that have been done on this are a bit like, I don't think the sample size is big enough, for one thing. But and also, is the support going to be concentrated enough to win these seats? Is what I'm thinking. And also, I don't think it's going to have any major long-term effects, because I mean, this is basically what happened in Quebec when the 1995 referendum failed. Like, all of a sudden, Bloc Québécois shot up in popularity, and I don't think that's had that's not been a major game changer in their politics.
I'm not too familiar with the SNP, unfortunately, but
I was about to say the same thing.
Are they left wing by just because I've heard rumours that they're quite lefty?
They tend to be more, at least compared to even the Labour Party, they tend to be more left leaning.
Yeah.
Which is why a lot of people vote for them, even if they're not necessarily pro Scottish independence.
Yeah, I've seen that. There was a guy I knew who took the political compass test, and I don't like the political compass to begin with, but they took it, and they basically ended up exactly where the SNP was, and from that point onwards they've voted, I mean, in the 2 or 3 elections that I've been old enough to vote in, they voted for the Scottish National Party, because they were aligned with them on the political compass test, even though they live in southern England and have no real vested interest in voting for them, so it is a bit weird.
Well, they're one of the anti-austerity parties, so I think that's always a bonus.
Yeah. Well, I feel it'd be kind of hypocritical for them to go into government, considering they have a policy of not voting on issues that don't affect Scotland. So it'd be a bit cheeky to then say, "Oh yeah, we're willing to accept executive power over issues that potentially don't affect our own constituents.
Mm. But yeah, they're gonna have to be a part of the government though, if they do get a majority in Scotland, because there will have to be like some sort of coalition, especially if you've got another hung parliament.
So what do people think about the Green, SNP and Plaid Cymru kind of pledging their support to
Plaid
Labour?
Cymru.
Plaid Cymru, sorry, South Londoner. Pledging their support to Labour if there's a hung parliament.
It might be necessary.
Yeah. I'm sort of glad that the Greens has said no to it. No to like a coalition, regardless of who's in power, because there needs to be a party that pushes the other parties more towards the left. But at the moment, I think that this is going to be some major issues if the Conservatives get back in. So it's all right. I'm not going to be upset if they do a coalition, as long as the Conservatives are out. To be honest, because if the Conservatives get back in, the kind of stuff they have planned is really horrific. I wouldn't want them back into government at all.
Oh god, no.
Me neither.
No. Listen, I really would have liked the alternative vote to have passed. I don't know how other people feel about that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been.
I mean, one of the what is it? The other voting system which I think is slightly better is for some reason I'm going to struggle remembering it. It's the STV, single transferable vote, and what makes it unique. I'm not sure how relevant it would be in the UK, but the idea is that it doesn't just help parties that achieve under the vote, or voters for parties who achieve under, like the amount they need to win, but it also helps parties who have massive overmajorities. And the way it works is, for example, you group constituencies together, so you have 5 constituencies. And the idea is that in order to become one of the 5 members, you need to get over 20% of the vote. And the idea is that you do the exact same thing you do in AV, you go 1, 2, 3, 4 Labour parties. But instead, so for example, if Labour got 60% of the vote, then 40% of that vote would go to helping other left-wing parties. So it'll provide a more proportional representation in that way, which I think it's sort of only really relevant if you do a system where you have a more proportional representation. If you go for a more majoritarian system, then AV might be a slightly better system in some ways. But yeah, I do think that could be interesting.
I reckon we should kind of follow Germany's voting system, which is basically 50% of their seats are voted for. Sorry, MPs are voted for the same way ours are, which is through first past the post, and the other 50% are voted for via proportional representation. Except instead of FPTP, we should have the alternative vote. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm not. I just want to get rid of first past the post. To be honest, I would need to do like some thorough research to the alternatives after the election is over before I put my back into anything.
Yeah, I think a variety is probably the way forward. I mean, I've thought a bit about how an ideal government would work, and I think, for one thing, I'm not a huge fan of the quasi-federal thing we've got going on now, as opposed to an actual federal system. So currently we have a weird system. Scotland has a lot of independence. Wales has some independence. England has no independence at all. I think we should probably change that to make it more like federal. That would be a good way of making it more sort of representative.
I think each region of England should have a regional assembly, kind of like Wales has. Because basically, if you live anywhere in England outside London, you don't really have any regional government other than your local council.
Yeah, annoyingly,
because having an English assembly would be a very bad idea. Because considering England has the vast majority of the UK's population already, it would kind of almost be like Westminster 2.0.
This is slightly tangential, but there's every now and then you meet Americans who think their system is really unique. And one time I was talking to an American who basically said, that the federal system is so confusing to everyone outside of the USA, which first of all is one of the reasons why I think maybe we should get a federal system, just to make it clear that we have a quasi-federal system, and it's not that unique to the USA. But even then, I think India and China both have systems that could be described as federal or quasi-federal, and then Russia and Germany, like the majority of the highly populated
And Canada.
have federal systems. Yeah, Canada too.
And Australia.
And Australia. And Brazil. So,
A lot of places have federalist systems.
Yeah, it's one of those examples of American exceptionalism, which shame we didn't get.
Were there any federalist countries before the US?
Oh god, possibly Switzerland. I'm not sure when, because obviously Switzerland's official name is the Swiss Confederation. I don't know exactly when they formed. I mean, Switzerland obviously has a long history of sort of being their own country, so I wouldn't be surprised if they formed quite early on. But yeah, I mean, the trouble is obviously the belief in international politics is that the modern nation state only really existed, or has existed, since about 1640, with the end of the 30-Year War. So really, there's not actually that much space between the USA existing and the nation as a concept, or the state as a concept existing. So I don't really know the exact answer to that, but possibly. I think maybe.
I reckon they probably helped popularize the idea.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, obviously, they were based mainly off of Cicero. Like a lot of the Cicero proposed sort of the idea of having a Congress and a president and a Supreme Court to oversee everything. And I don't know federalism, but I've actually. See, I do have a book that would. This book by the founding fathers themselves, or the majority of them, which sort of goes into their intentions, but I've only really skim-read it, so I can't say with any confidence exactly what the historical context was for the US's founding.
I think it was partially based on John Locke's philosophy as well.
He was a theologian, John Knox. John
sorry. There was an English philosopher in the 17th century.
I want to say Mill. You might
I'm sure it was John Locke.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I thought, yeah. I
misheard
you were saying John Knox, which is Knox, which was, I think, the founder of Methodism. So I was like,
John Locke.
John Locke, but yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure quite how. I mean, wait, what is it? We're based on a guy called, I think it's Montesquieu, who was French, and he basically believed that the government should come from the parliament, which is obviously what we have here. But I don't know what system is better. I'm not going to say here. Although I do actually, I don't know. I guess I probably should say that the trouble with me talking about elections and voting is that I'm not really a big fan of the way the whole thing works. I do think changing the system is more important than changing who's in the system. But I think a lot of people probably agree with that based on what's been said so far.
Yeah. So wasn't the alternative vote, that was a Lib Dem idea, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think
they wanted PR, and that was a compromise that the coalition came up with.
Yeah. And I really wish it had gone through, because it would have just been so much it's like I think if you have a really black and white kind of knuckleheaded view of politics, like if you're a hardline conservative, the first past the post system is probably brilliant because you can just vote with complete confidence for one party. But if you have a more nuanced view of politics, like I think we all do, based on this discussion, you want to be able to represent that in your vote, don't you? You want to be able to say, this is kind of my more nuanced, complicated, not quite agreeing with everyone view, and here it is in vote form. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts, anyway.
One reason I support the alternative vote, having seen it as a system, is that it's not overly complicated. Like a lot of different voting systems I've seen, it's kind of like no one would understand how they work, whereas things like the alternative vote are still quite straightforward, but allow you to have that nuanced view. But the vote for the referendum on the alternative vote had a terrible turnout, was done quite soon after the royal wedding, I think.
Oh.
And it was just, had a terrible turnout.
And it's a real shame.
Because it was... there was a really well-funded campaign against it, I think.
Has anyone seen the sort of anti-AV ads? Because I remember they're really stupid. I mean, basically, their arguments consisted of, number one, it's confusing, which it really isn't. It's not that different.
It's only confusing because they explained it badly in their...
Exactly. Number two, and this was the weird one, basically their argument was that that it would be like if in a sport the winner didn't actually win, which doesn't make, I mean, it's begging the question, because it's, you know, the winner is defined by the first past the post, but if we define the winner differently, it's not saying the winner shouldn't win, it's saying let's define the winner as being someone who's more representative of what the average person wants, or what the accumulation of public opinions.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to sort of like market those kind of things is to say, if you vote one thing, you won't get something completely different, basically, which is what we get currently.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the no to AV campaign as well. They kept going on about two things that bothered me most were they kept saying, "Oh, Australia have got this system and they don't like it," and my first problem with that would be, well, that's not the whole of Australia, and second of all, the way they do it is actually quite different to the way it would have been proposed over here. Because in Australia, they have to rank every single fucking candidate in order of preference. They can't just pick 2 or 3. They've got to look at every single candidate and rank all of them, even the ones they hate. They've got to give them a ranking of how, and that's not what was being proposed here. Plus, the other thing is,
in Australia, they have the fine if you don't vote. I believe they still have that. If you do not vote, you get a fine. So that's that.
You have to vote. Yeah. But the other thing was as well that they kept saying, "Oh, it'll cost this much to reform the system," and I was thinking, you can't put a price on democracy, really. It's like the democratic system is important, and if you can't put a price on that, and if it improves it, then it's worth it in the long run, I think.
Yeah, it's only going to be. It's not like we're going to have to constantly do it. It's going to be a one-time expenditure.
Yes. Like if we have a government we don't like, which is going to cost us however much money forevermore. Yeah.
I can't remember what the price tag the no to AV put on it. I can't remember. It was like either 20 million or something. Like, how can... I don't understand how it can cost that much to change a voting system. But even then, it's quite small fry compared to a lot of other things as well, and you get a more democratic system.
Yes, it's worth it. Good things cost money. Yeah, who knew? Yeah.
Well, I mean, doesn't it cost us money anyway? I mean, every election costs money, so
yeah, a few million at least.
It's not really a valid argument.
Yeah.
I think we should have more often these elections more often, maybe 3 to 4 years instead of 4 to 5 years.
I think 4 years is a good amount of time. I mean, I wouldn't want to have them like once every 2 years, like the House of Representatives does in America. That's too often. Because you kind of have to constantly be in election mode, or almost constantly, and I think that might be part of why so many people don't turn up to vote.
And even if you don't like the particular party, you have to give them time to implement whatever plans they want to do, and if you make it too short a time, then they can never make long-term plans. Even if you don't like them, unfortunately, you end up with a plan for 3, 4, 5 years that you don't like. But yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I suppose it's a good argument. I mean, you've got to give parties time to put policies into place, haven't you? I mean, that's one of the things with the Lib Dems. Again, I mean, it was easy for them to have great policies because they were very unlikely to actually have to put any of them into place for a long time because they were just very unlikely to ever get into power. So you can afford to have great policies if you're not actually going to have to make good on them. And that's the thing. I think it's looking at a party's policies, but also thinking how possible is it, how likely is it that they can make good on these, is the thing to remember, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably more a matter of personality than because I don't doubt that a lot of the sort of left-wing parties could implement the things they talk about. I mean, I think the example of America is maybe better because, then they've got a party that claims to be left-wing that is routinely not just as right-wing, but what we would call right-wing. And it's mostly just because in America, the left is very, very fuck you regressive knobs. We're going to do this because that's what people voted for. That's something the right-wing does that the left doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the time also the left-wing side of things is very, very bad at sending the message out. They just do a really, really bad job of it, and whereas the right-wing side of things can get their message out so easily. It's very coordinated. They work with each other even if they're ideologically opposed to each other, which is quite annoying. I wish people more on the left end of the spectrum were actually a bit more coordinated and were a little bit better at doing it. I also think it's more to do with the fact that the right seems to have a lot more money to do it as well. Like, the Henry Jackson Society, the American Enterprise Institute, there's another 4 or 5 different right-wing institutes that are more sensible, that's sponsored by the right wing, and they're all pretty much pushing out the same message, whereas the left-wing side of things, they have their own think tanks and stuff as well, but they're all in conflict with each other. There's no coherency, and what happens is a lot of the time that even with, say for example, the elections, the 2008 market crash, that was being blamed on immigrants and minorities and people on benefits rather than the bankers and stuff, but the left never got the chance to actually get their message out because the right wing was so effective in the way that they were able to set the agenda.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nothing else to say there. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Pretty much it.
I mean, but are we gonna? But the thing is the left actually capable of that kind of hive mind mentality required to do that, though?
Well,
that's the thing.
That's probably because the left is much more nuanced and
individualistic.
Yeah, we can't all just get together and have this long-headed determination that the right has. That's the problem. You see, they can all just get together and say, "Yeah, this is what we think. This is what we think, and fuck everyone else." And we're gonna all put all our power behind this until this happens. You see, you can do that if you're kind of a long-headed, right-wing, reactionary bunch of idiots. But if you're on the left and you've got complicated political views and you're not necessarily just going to jump on board with a group, it's much harder. It's harder to organise and get together and agree on things.
I would say I wouldn't say there's been total consensus with the right wing, because there've been, like, especially on the far right, they've been at each other's throats a lot.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's not not quite as simple as I made it sound. Yes. But...
Well, when you've got Conservatives versus UKIP versus BNP kind of stuff, and also I was talking to someone from UKIP, and he was talking about the divides within the party, specifically within those who came to UKIP because they were libertarian, and those who came to UKIP because actually they don't care about libertarianism, they care about Euro issues, they care about immigration, they couldn't care less about the libertarian side. So there is still divide amongst them, there's still discussion.
Well, libertarian is a word that can mean quite a few things.
Exactly. I was going to say that.
Yeah.
I was just using it as a general, like, there is divides, and they do.
I think the guy you interviewed in your video, your friend, your old school friend, he's kind of very much like an American right libertarian type. That seems to be the model. He said he got this information from America, didn't he?
Yeah, Chicago event or something.
He got a load of literature from. Yeah, that's. I mean, this American conservative type of libertarianism, they seem to be only concerned with their own liberties and nobody else's, and that's it. And if the society they live in were ever to grant them these liberties, it would mean everyone else giving up theirs. Basically, they just want to be able to do whatever the hell they want, whenever the hell they want, however the hell they want, and fuck everyone else. Is basically their attitude. It's just like selfishness, basically. It's all it really comes down to. But I mean, technically, I'm a libertarian of sorts because I believe in liberty.
Yeah.
At its basic level, that's what a libertarian is. But I also believe in justice, and that's the thing. That's the important thing.
What I think UKIP illustrates is how happy libertarians are to embrace fascism, because I do think UKIP can be described as fascist. You know, fascism is just radical capitalism. It's the idea that if you own a business, we're going to bail you out, and we're going to make it really hard for all the people to take away your right to, control your business.
I don't think the original fascists were very particularly capitalistic.
No. I think
Mussolini didn't really think that highly of capitalism.
I guess
he wasn't a socialist either, but he.
The definition of fascism, though, is so down the problems as well.
Yeah. I guess when I use the term fascist, I mean corporatist. So the idea of the state.
Yeah, I just dislike people misusing the word fascist to mean like as a buzzword, because it has a specific meaning in politics, and I feel like it's just become a nonsense buzzword.
Oh yeah, I do agree.
So, would you prefer the term corporo-fascist or corporate fascist?
No, I don't know what. I guess I don't know what the term I'd use.
In a way,
I do get what King's saying though.
Yeah, when I use the term fascist, in a way, I sort of mean to legitimate fascism. Does that make sense? So what I'm saying is that I think, because for example, I mean fascists, and I guess this is maybe me coming as a market socialist who believes that socialism is not just in line with personal freedom but also economic freedom. What I like about fascists is a lot of the time I'll talk to fascists and they'll say, I believe that a boss having control of economics is a good thing. And then it sort of, it gels with me, I guess, because I consider socialism to be the lack of control, and I consider it to be, economic freedom in the sense that the worker directs their own flow. So I guess you could argue I have a bias in which I approach capitalism, fascism, as sort of a logical opposition to mine. It makes sense through the frame that I look at it.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the main problem is at the moment is we constantly focus on non-stop growth economies. I think we should be more focused towards economic stability, and we should be more focused on, at the moment, sustainability as well, because we've got finite resources, can't have a non-stop growth, and on top of that, we need to kind of like create, in order to replace the like simple jobs that everyone can do. Now everyone needs to have a certain level of training in order to get, in order for us to have a middle class. We need to have a lot more complicated jobs and like a lot more complex industries develop in the UK. And in order to do that, we're going to have to actually invest a lot of money on education, retraining, and stuff like that, so that we can have this sort of stuff grow here. Because through automation, 3D printing, and all that stuff, a lot of the old traditional jobs are going to go. So we're going to have to find something to do, because our entire system is based on consumption, which I hate. I personally hate consumerism with unbridled passion. I know it seems a bit hypocritical because I own like some electronics and stuff, but I hate consumerism with just it annoys me, just bothers me so much. It reduces the entire human experience to just like numerical values. So yeah.
Well, just as a point, obviously, having lots of electronics isn't necessarily consumeristic, because nowadays I think you could argue that they're important. I mean, if you want to use Marxist terminology, electronics are a pretty essential part of the means of production nowadays. So yeah. I think there's certainly a left-wing anti-consumer argument that would be in favour of owning a lot of sophisticated electronics.
Yeah. I think they're as close to essential to modern living as we could get, really.
But I wanted to, if we're going to move on, I wanted to say something on the factor about the economy growing, which is, I think, one of the main problems. And it was actually, I think it was just a website I was linked to via email, but it was about sort of the fact that obviously as the economy grows and the total amount of value of an economy increases, you need to have money sort of pumped into that economy so you don't get deflation, because the money needs to represent the value of an economy. And the trouble is, currently, all of that money comes from the bank issuing loans. And one of the big problems of this is that the bank will issue loans to sort of speculative markets like the mortgage and investments and things like that. And this website was basically, I'm not going to be able to think of the website, unfortunately. I might try and maybe put it in a comment on this video when I have an opportunity. But basically, what it was basically saying is what we need is for the investment of money into the market to come from the government. And the government will say, if X amount of value is added to the economy, the government will take that amount and invest it through education or urban renewal, things like that. So I do think the trouble with the expanding economy is not just the fact of you're using resources, but also the fact that the people in charge of accounting for this expanding economy are people who are likely to put the resources necessary for the expanding economy into markets that will basically end in recession and things like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day also, a lot of these, the thing is, what people seem to think is that economics is a science. It isn't really. It's more, at best, you could describe it as a pseudoscience, and we can't come up with the rules. It's sort of like a game that we've come up with the rules for. Money doesn't mean
rules
anything.
Change constantly.
Yeah, there's a quote. Yeah. An economist is a scientist who can tell you precisely why their theories didn't work. And because a Keynesian is someone who can tell you how the government needs to preserve capitalism, and then proceed to tell you why every single government has done this wrong. A Marxist economy will tell you that eventually the natural flow of the economy will end in communism, and then will tell you how no country has really been communist. Or free market libertarians will be like, no, that's not a real free market. A lot of economists do seem to just be like, here's my theory based on these theoretical absolute concepts, but no one has ever reached these theoretical absolute concepts, so don't actually expect my theory to work. That is sort of what economics is.
Yeah, I'm very disillusioned with the way things are, because it's sort of like it's made up rules. It's like a game that we're playing. It's not, but unfortunately, the results of it is if people can't play it well enough, then they're not able to pay for food and sustenance, and it causes death and misery. But at the same time, yeah, it's not real. It's not tangible, and it's based upon like silly rules that we've come up with ourselves.
I would be careful about throwing around words like pseudoscience towards economics, though, because if you want to do the things that you're saying about like helping people and stopping problems like that, it's going to be economists who help describe the system that could lead to that, unless you're going for a completely non-economic system, which isn't going to happen anytime.
I guess
I'm not an economist, just to say, but I would be very careful about throwing around words like pseudoscience at economists.
Well, I was going to say economics maybe is pseudoscience in the same way that scientism is pseudo-philosophy. Like, you know, you get the people who say that science can solve ethical problems and science knows how to... And it's sort of like, if your view of economics, that economics is the be-all and end of human experience, then that's pseudoscience. If your view of economics is a lens through which we can view real problems with actual, you know, practical solutions, then I think that is completely reasonable. And of course, economics does have a part to play in legitimate politics.
No, it just sort of seems like pseudoscience to me. But obviously, I'm one of those people. If I do turn out, if it does turn out that what I'm saying is wrong, I'll just apologize and just say I'm sorry, I was wrong, and move on. So I don't have a problem with saying I'm wrong on things, to be honest.
That's not cool on the internet. The thing on the internet is to assert that you're right and maintain that position until the other person dies. Or you die. Whoever dies first loses, basically.
Or whoever admits they're wrong.
Yes. Oh, God. Yeah. I admitted I was wrong to someone a while ago. Well, I'll say it was Thunderfoot. I said something about him that actually wasn't true by mistake, and I realized he responded to it. I realized I was actually wrong. I think I'd misread or misheard something someone had said, and I just said, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was wrong, even though I hate him." And you'd think that would be enough. And to be fair, he didn't respond again, but his fans were like, I think what I said was, "If I'm wrong, I apologize." And his fans were like, "What do you mean if? What do you mean if you're wrong? What if you are wrong and you must submit to Lord Thunderfoot?" And I was like, look, I hate the guy. That is as much as I'm gonna get. That is as much as I'm only slightly wrong anyway, so that's as much an apology as I'm gonna give. Sorry. That's as much as you're getting out of me. Yeah.
A lot of people, sorry, just to bring it back to politics,
Yeah.
a lot of people gave Nick Clegg flack for apologising on tuition fees, and this is coming from someone who voted, told people to vote for the Lib Dems because of tuition fees.
Same here. Yeah.
And I think it actually takes quite a lot of balls, essentially, to stand there and go, actually, I couldn't do what I wanted to do. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I think the reasons he couldn't do it were actually a bit bullshit, but like to actually apologise for it, I think is something that would be better for politicians to do more often. And I don't see why he receives so much flack for apologising when we demand politicians be honest.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Well, I mean, when they voted on it, the Lib Dems voted basically slightly less than half against it, and slightly more than half in favour. So they could have, and they lost by something like 11 or 20 or something votes. So the Lib Dems could have made the difference. So I'm not exactly won over by his apology.
I'm not won over by it, but
Yeah,
I just think I think saying that making an apology was wrong is wrong, if you know what I mean. I'm still not won over by their reasons, and I'm suffering because of it. but I still think you should have respect for someone who can apologise for what they perceive as
I agree with that. I don't think we should. We should. I think apologising is better than not apologising. It's not a lot better in these circumstances, but at least he's just admitted it. He's not trying to weasel his way around it, like you would expect a typical politician to do. He's just said, "Yeah, I done fucked up."
I think politics should mostly be about being brutally honest, both to yourself and to your opposition. As a politician, the two things I ask about a politician is they admit when they're wrong, and they don't give themselves an easy time for being wrong, but they're also happy to go after their opposition who are also wrong. As long as those two things are true, a politician is head and shoulders above virtually every other politician in the UK.
Ian Duncan Smith's an example of one who can't admit he's wrong. He couldn't do welfare properly, and he can't admit that he's wrong. He's still saying it was the right thing to do. And that, again, if he came out and said, actually, I did do it wrong, I would have more respect for him than him boneheadedly going through saying everything he did was right when it clearly wasn't.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it is. Jeremy Paxman did an interview with, I think, is it Michael Howard that I'm thinking of?
Yes, I remember the one you're thinking about.
He just keeps asking him the same question.
Did you threaten to overrule him?
He just won't answer it, and it goes on for how long? Like 10 minutes? The same question, and he just won't answer it, and it's like, oh, God. It's like,
like, seriously, why do you have to appear perfect in front of everybody all the time?
Yeah, just say yes or no. Yeah, it's a yes or no question. But I do kind of enjoy watching like Paxman doing his whole macho thing with the people he argues with. I kind of like that, although it's kind of stupid. I just it's one of the more entertaining aspects of social politics. It is Michael Howard I'm thinking of, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. That is. The clip's on YouTube if anyone wants to watch it at any point.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got no real optimism for the next general election and what goes on after that, because I think we're not going to be in a very good position no matter who's in charge come next election. I think a lot of probably going to have to get politically active and actually get involved, because at the moment it looks like, well, whoever's in charge is going to have to be a lot of work through activism to get better stuff done, because that is scrap.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do more than vote, aren't we? I think we're going to have to start actively trying to change policies and society through, like you say, activism and actual doing stuff. Which sounds like a lot of effort, but I reckon we can do it. I reckon we can prize ourselves off the internet. I was wondering about this, actually. I mean, arguing on the internet with people, I mean, how productive is it?
Not really that productive.
I mean, I'm a bit sort of, I don't know, on the one hand, it's kind of silly, isn't it? And I get why people laugh at it, like when the people, they see it as a bit of a sad thing, but these are people we're arguing with, and they are people who have, they have the vote like everyone else. They have influence, a small amount of influence in society, even if it's just their own, it's just their personal influence. It's not entirely fruitless.
No, I think it's educative, and it's also the people in between. I mean, you brought up in your shout out to me, which by the way I appreciated.
No problem.
I used to be an anti-feminist, which is true. And the main reason for that is that I was watching a lot of the ideologues like The Amazing Atheist and Thunderfoot and people like that. Not really because I was massively against feminism, admittedly. I mean, I was never the type of person who would browse the men's rights subreddit. But accepted it as a part of, you know, what they were talking about, because they're doing so much else. But, you know, obviously you might not be able to ever change the minds of Stefan Molyneux or Sargon of Akkad or Karen Strawn. You may actually be able to expose the problems to other people, and especially, I mean, for me, how I became more of a feminist was rooted in sort of my concern with other matters of social justice. And I think, I mean, like, obviously, I mean, one of the questions when I'm speaking to someone who's an anti-feminist, and they're like, oh, you know, I'm not a feminist, debate me or something like that, the first question I really want to know is, well, are you not a feminist because you think that gender roles are important and women should just stay in the kitchen, blah, blah, blah? Because if that's what they believe, then there's no real point having the conversation. But if they say, I'm against feminism because I think feminism is not egalitarian, then at that point I think having a discussion is worth it, because I think you can change those people's minds because they're in the right place.
Yeah. Well, that's it. With something like feminism, I mean, I don't mind talking to non-feminists. You know, if someone's a bit kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if I'm talking to a raging anti-feminist kind of, but I just think I think to get to that position, you have got to be a misogynist of some kind. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, being skeptical of it is one thing. That's a different. You know, you could be kind of I'm not sure about it, but I'm not going to necessarily say you're a misogynist because of that. But
the statement I look for that makes me think it's worth having a discussion is sort of the whole I don't like to label myself a feminist. When someone says that, I mean, I think it might be worth. I mean, I was having there's I assume everyone here knows Steve Shives, at least.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a guy in one of his You Had to Ask videos who was basically saying that they didn't use the label feminism. And what I was basically saying, they were saying they didn't use the label feminism because they didn't want to have to distinguish themselves from the anti-male feminists. And I was saying that the type of people who don't want to call themselves feminists a lot of the time are sexist. And if you're going to specifically go out of your way to not use the term feminist and say I'm an equalist or I'm an egalitarian, then you're probably outside of the internet, when you're talking to normal human beings who don't hate women because they spend all their time on the internet. No offense, every single person in this video, me. But when you're talking to normal people, their first thought is going to be, oh, this person doesn't identify as a feminist, they must be anti-feminist, they must be anti-women. You know, it's much easier to go through life if you're appearing, you know, in your job or at university and you're being an actual human being, to be like, I'm a feminist, I support equality, than to be, I'm an equalist, I support equality. You know, one of them makes you look like you're just intentionally trying to marginalize the main academic movement in support of equal rights between genders.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and that I'd agree it is worth having these discussions, because I didn't realise
until about a year and a bit ago how serious a problem stranger harassment is with women. Like I also didn't realise how distressing catcalling can be. It's not. I've never done it myself because I hate talking to strangers in public personally.
Yeah.
But I saw it as the kind of thing I'd want to do that I'd do if I was confident enough to, and instead of something that's really distressing potentially for the person on the receiving end.
Yeah.
And having this, the first thing that brought it to my attention was Lacey Green's video about it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you lot have seen it.
I've seen it. Yeah.
But yeah, that was the first thing that brought it to my attention. I've read a lot of stuff on it since then, and I've seen I guess they don't. It tends to be something that doesn't happen when other men are around, so that's why I've seen so little of it happen. But I had no idea how bad it was, and how almost all women have experienced it at some point. And that's the thing. I've never been like a hardcore anti-feminist, but I've always kind of been a more nuanced person. But I didn't want to call myself a feminist, and I've decided to just do so recently because I feel like it's the best label to represent my position.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I feel like it's worth it, just for, if anything, for the people on the sidelines like me.
Yeah.
Although I wasn't always on the sidelines.
Yeah. Well, I think that the word, you know what I was saying about libertarianism before? I mean, I think the word feminist can mean a few different things, just like libertarianism can. And, you know, if before I identified as a feminist, if someone said to me they were a feminist, my question would be, well, what do you mean by that? You know, could you elaborate on that? What I wouldn't say is, oh, holy crap, you must hate men.
Yeah.
I'd be like, well, that could mean a number of things, couldn't it?
I was going to say one of the, I think, main benefits, perhaps, to debating feminism, especially like in this manner, rather than just on the internet, or to use a radical example, on 4chan. I mean, just to make an analogy, if you go on 4chan and say, I'm a feminist, then first of all, people will probably say that you're an ugly, fat woman who can't get a date. And then if you say, I'm a man, they'll probably say that you are really...
Mangina.
Oh, yeah, exactly. They'll say a lot of things about you. And I think one of the big things, for example, I mean, I would say that no one here really fits into the sort of, I guess, the male feminist stereotype is sort of a bit hipstery and like, you know, which I don't think anyone here really is. But for example, Joseph Gordon-Levitt came out as a feminist, and I think that's the type of thing that really dispels the idea that to be a feminist you must either be an angry woman or a man who is looking to get with feminist causes. Yeah.
I think Ed Miliband and Nick Clegg have both worn T-shirts before saying this is what a feminist looks like.
Yeah, I mean.
So there's even mainstream politicians.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Like I was talking to someone who said, yeah, there's a lot of reactionaries seem to do this a lot. I've had it happen a lot with socialists, anarcho-capitalists who've been arguing against socialism. They say things like, "Oh, you're an irrelevant group," and in this case, an MRA said that feminists were an irrelevant group, and they actually said that the mainstream idea of feminism held by a majority of people is that feminism is a hate group. That's what they said. And of course, there are a huge number of politicians who actively identify as feminist. So it isn't, I mean, I think possibly feminism has a way to go, because I think part of maybe the problem of modern feminism is that there are people who will call themselves feminists and then not care about the gender pay gap, or not care about as that teaching about consent in sex education.
Yeah.
I mean, there are even women I know who identify themselves as feminists and say things like, if women want to stop getting raped, they should stop dressing like sluts. That's actually something that my sister said. I think.
Oh,
really?
She said that. She was like,
yeah, I got that.
but she identifies as a feminist. She was like, oh yeah, I'm a feminist, I care about equal rights. But she doesn't actually appreciate the cultural problems that negatively affect women.
yeah, and I saw an argument. Well, I got into the argument because I told. There was this lass I met at a cosplay convention. Well, actually, I didn't ever. I meet her. She added me after it, but I don't remember ever seeing her at it. And every other post was just. Well, not every other one, but occasionally, now and again, there'd be a post basically bitching about how some other girl is a slag or something. And every time I'd say something, and every time I got progressively more hostile in my response, because I'm just thinking, oh yeah, I've already told you to just stop whinging and to stop using this sexist language, and you're not fucking listening. So, and then I said, so can you not use such blatant, these words that are so loaded with sexist connotations if you must? I don't know this person, and so I'm going to take your word for it that they're a shitty person, but you don't have to use this kind of language because it still has an impact.
Yes.
And a friend of hers chimed in with, "Oh well, I'm a feminist and I'm not against being, women having sexual freedom, but it still seems pretty slutty to do this." I mean, for fuck's sake!
Yeah.
That's a contradictory statement right there.
Yeah.
You clearly don't understand what you're saying.
I know. Someone said. Someone was basically saying that they're not racist, but if a black person gets on their nerves, it's okay for them to shut them up and insult them. Because they're not using the term nigger as a general insult towards black people, and they're just using it as an insult towards the general black people. And the analogy I touched on a video about the Charlie Hebdo shooting is, people who say, we've got to draw Muhammad to insult Muslim extremists. And you think, well, you're not just insulting Muslim extremists. If you're going to denigrate a prophet that billions or a billion people consider to be holy by drawing them in, whatever derogatory manner, you're going to insult loads of people who have nothing to do with the people you're trying to insult.
At the risk of dipping my toes slightly into the fire, as someone who doesn't like to use the title feminist, I don't think to you, Captain.
Ban the heretic!
Ostracized.
Ostracized straight away. It's alright.
Banned.
But I don't think you should simply assume what people's reasons for them are, and a lot of the people I come across who don't like to use the label have very poor reasons for it, mostly up to and including completely disregarding academic literature which supports things like the feminist theory.
Yeah.
My personal reason is simply because I like to keep the number of labels that I apply to myself as small as possible, because I think you get a ridiculous amount of them. So to me, it's enough to be a humanist, and I'm part of a feminist society as well, and I work with them, and they're fine with that.
Okay.
I guess there's a difference between identification and support. I mean, for example, I guess you would say you support a lot of feminists, for example. I mean, I assume if you, I mean, maybe you don't, but
that's the thing. I would probably agree with most of what you say, apart from, and I agree with most of what the feminist society says, except when my skepticism looks at their evidence. And actually, I don't agree with that particular thing, but I agree with the rest of it. But I think you can still do that without having to label yourself, simply because it's the same way I don't label myself as an evolutionist or a climate changeist, because they're useless terms. To me, it's enough to be a skeptic and a humanist. I don't see why you need all these additional layers.
Well, debatable.
I would say this is actually a video, possibly a video I've recorded but not uploaded, but it was basically about, or it's at least a video I've scripted. I'm really bad with making videos, but it's about people who identify themselves as, or it was mostly based on one particular person I met, and they said that they identified themselves as someone who supports feminism but doesn't identify as a feminist. And their argument for that was, and I don't know if this is your argument, but their argument for that was that they thought that a lot of the actions taken by feminists or views expressed by feminists were wrong. For me, that is actually possibly the reason why I choose to identify as a feminist. I choose to identify as a feminist because that way when someone says, for example, what about feminists who say that transgender people are talking out their arse and they're just trying to appropriate female culture, I can say, well, I'm a feminist, and let me tell you, those people are moronic and they don't have any real part in feminist academia. So for me personally, the reason why I choose to identify as a feminist is because I like to think it gives me slightly more authority when I say that's not what feminism is.
If you want to use it as that kind of tool use of it, I just thought it's been going on for a while, and I just want to say that there are people who wouldn't use that term, but for different reasons than you'd say. I
mean, I actually, broadly speaking, I don't wear my feminism on my sleeve, which I think is just an aside, because I was talking before. about feminist stereotypes. And I do think an example of a feminist stereotype I was perhaps trying to address slightly with my talk about politicians is that there are a lot of people who are feminists but will not necessarily talk about it all the time. So I don't know if he actually is, but for example, if Obama is a feminist, then he's a politician first, and he's a Democrat first. And I would, if I were a politician, perhaps being a feminist wouldn't be the first thing I'd bring up. I'd bring up I'm a socialist or something like that. So I do think there is an importance to stressing the fact that you can be a feminist without having to stand in rallies and go to slut walks and act as if you are.
As if it defines you as a person.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the origins as well of this T-shirt slogan as well of "This is what a feminist looks like," I think was to try and get to show the diversity of people who fit under that umbrella. So it's not just these stereotypes that people might think of. It's like there's a very wide array of people who fit under this term. It's similar with terms like atheist or other terms like that. There's a much broader range of people than the stereotypes we have would point us towards, and I think sometimes I suppose it's trying to show that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd just like to add that I wanted to wait until I had a thorough understanding of feminist theory before applying that label to myself, because to me it always seemed like this is a label I'm going to have to defend. So in order to defend it, I need to know at least 2 or 3 times more than the people who are against it, sort of. But personally, my push towards feminism still sort of started when I saw the Gamergate stuff happen, and I realized, oh yeah, people have a lot of negative attitudes towards women. I just didn't notice, the vitriol and stuff over just a minor thing, kind of galvanized me to that direction. To be honest.
It's a lot more obvious online, I think, because online people will just say what they think without fear of repercussions, and you suddenly realize just how vilely misogynistic some people are. They will just come right out with this stuff. They won't even bother trying to sugarcoat it. They just come right out with these rape threats and these demeaning, vile kind of slurs towards women, and you think that's when for me it became really obvious, and I was annoyed with myself. I hadn't really seen it before, but how misogyny is still a very prominent force in society. I mean, we've made a lot of progress over the decades, but it's still there. It's still there, and it's ugly as hell.
To bring it back to politics, did you see that party that recently came out? I can't remember where they're standing. The Party for Boys and Men and the Women Who Love Them.
Oh, that's beautiful.
The name of a party, that is the worst name I've ever heard for a party.
And the women who love them.
And the women who love them. And
women who know their place. Yes, and them, yes.
I think that was the subtext.
Their role in life is to support the men and the boys, because that's what women are for. Yes, the thing with that as well is, I mean, I think he has a link on his website, which is a shitty WordPress website, by the way, which is not very good if you're a political party.
Yeah.
He has a link there saying what feminists look like, and I haven't clicked on it, but I'm like, look, do you not think this is kind of proving the point? It's like you're trying to debunk people because you personally don't think they're attractive, even though, as we've said, feminists are a wide, broad, huge range of people of all shapes and sizes, different genders, whatever. And he's going to say, presumably this links to some women who don't fit the societal expectations of attractiveness. I'm assuming is where it goes.
Either that or how to detect a feminist if they're walking towards you. Like what signs to look out for. But I also think UKIP might lose some of their female voters over their stance on maternity leave, because I think they plan to cut it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Through my very quick skim through their policies, I think they actually plan to cut it, and I think they're going to lose some female voters on that, especially if Labour are then saying, like, the childcare thing. They're going to start going back.
Yeah.
I think UKIP voters are by majority male anyway. I can't back that up, though.
I thought white male, white straight cis male. I would have thought
middle-aged as well. That's the standard.
Yes, old. Yes.
Yeah, they did like a poll on the average, like does the average UKIP voter look like, and it's undereducated, white, middle-aged male, usually.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I was saying before, so that's a sort of like, I realized that some of my attitudes towards feminism were a bit misogynistic as well. I mean, I have some misogynistic ideas which I've had to correct, which has taken a lot of self-reflection. But I mean, that's quite hard though to do, and I think if you want to change people, you have to catch them before their mind's set in stone, like they become unchanging. You have to get them before they become radicalized and try to get them to have like a more nuanced position.
So what are those ideas, out of interest?
Sorry, I mean, for me, I used to think women were less capable than men, and I made some really silly jokes about how women are just like not as intelligent or not as capable as myself before, and then I had to rethink that, because I was like, what is the factual basis for this assumption that I've had? And I used to also believe in a few rape myths as well, but that is mostly down to like the kind of area I grew up in. I'm not like an upper class kid like some of you guys. I'm from like the streets, as I say. I used to talk like Ali G until I was like 18, 19. So I just put this accent on to remain to make myself more employable. But so I definitely followed a lot of the mild misogynistic spectrum, but I think I've sort of become a better person as a consequence of having to rethink the way I see women. I kind of feel really, really bad about some of the positions I've held now.
Same here. Yeah. Yes, when I look back at some of the things I used to think and say in my youth, I just think, oh my god, I was such a fucking asshole. I can't believe I thought and said, But then, how much would I blame myself, and how much would I blame the society around me for imprinting that on me? I suppose, is it passing the buck to just say, well, the society around me kind of made me like that, or how much of it is personal responsibility, I suppose.
I've just got back. What were you talking about?
Yeah,
we were talking about you and how much of a prick we think you all are.
Yeah.
You're right.
Sorry. We were talking about how Sage was just on about how he used to have some quite misogynistic views, but now doesn't.
I think the only actual main anti-feminist thing I ever said, even while I used to be anti-feminist, was I remember there was an article about basically sexism in the atheist community, and the article was saying that men need to stop being so sexist about women, and I remember I commented like, well, maybe women should also stop being sexist towards men. And I do remember, admittedly, I think I cringed more at that because it was a bit like just me, like, oh, I'll find something to hate about this article. But unfortunately, I don't think I can ever say that I've had negative ideas against women, because this is not necessarily 100% related, but I was raised, basically, my mum, I wasn't taught about sort of homosexuality and transgender ideas in state sex education. And I don't know if you have to learn about that now. I mean, I keep getting told by right-wingers that apparently you have to learn about it, but I'm not convinced. But anyway, my mum basically...
I don't think we learned anything
Yeah,
exactly. About it.
I think I might be quite young here, but we still had to wait until year 13, so when I was 18, before we had any kind of real sex ed at my school. And it wasn't a bad school, so...
yeah, at my school we didn't even do sex ed at year 13.
Oh, right.
Anyway, basically, all I was going to say is that my mum basically told me about homosexuality and transgender when I was about 9 or 10 or something. And I think I've always been socially liberal. So I think the only issue I've ever really had with feminism, and I did have an issue with it, was that I did have this misguided idea in my head that feminism was about how men are responsible for everything wrong in the world. And it was, I'd say, a phase. It was probably, I mean, it wasn't necessarily short, but it wasn't exactly relevant at the same time, so...
Yeah.
Oh no, we've lost the leader.
Let's slag him off whilst he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know. He's really old, isn't he? Ugh.
Yeah, but I'm old too.
He's
So.
1981, right? That's what it says in the name. I've been trying to work out how old that makes him. Doesn't that make him 33?
Yeah.
He's only a few years older than me.
Oh, sorry.
Cunt.
Look, you young whippersnappers, okay? Like, don't make fun of the old people, because you'll be old one day too.
I hope to be.
Our age.
Yeah. It's great being old. It's great being old. You get to be a miserable cunt and get away with it.
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird to think how much time I've got until I'm old. The worst thing is, I was thinking about this actually. When I was trying to get to sleep, I was thinking about how. I think I was thinking mostly about Richard Dawkins. Actually, my granddad is 86, and he's recently decided he's going to write a book called "What Is Politics For?" And I don't know exactly what it's going to be about. I don't know. But you know, I mean, he's 86, but he's not senile. Like, he's intelligent. He's also, just as a side note, he's Jewish, which sort of, I mean, you know, he's got that Jewish leftist intellectual stereotype going for him. But basically, I was actually thinking about Richard Dawkins and how he sort of became a household name around the age of, like, I don't know how old he is exactly, but I assume he's about, like, 70 now, which means he would have become a household name in God Delusion at, like, 60. And it is kind of weird to think. I've got people outside. Can you hear the shouting outside?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. It is kind of weird to think
Yeah, I can hear it.
that I've got like 40, 50 years until I can officially say that I've lost my one opportunity to become a famous intellectual household name. So I'm just gonna wait for 49 years, and hopefully I'll just
You'll get there.
And when I'm 75 years old and I'm a British person who's old and people think they can trust me, I'll publish one book about how God isn't real because I say so, and hopefully I'll become famous.
Speaking of Richard Dawkins, Captain Andy mentioned that I run an AHS society, and I got completely accosted at the refreshers stand by a guy coming up and going, "What do you think of Richard Dawkins' latest tweet?" And like having, you know, there was the shooting in America, and you're like having a go at me, like, you know, I bet Richard Dawkins informs everything you believe, and I was like, actually, I couldn't care less about him. He's a nice talker, but yeah.
He's the leader of the atheist community. Remember that.
He's our god.
Well, when those shootings happened, he was kind of viewed as the spokesperson for atheists, which I found very odd.
Chapel Hill?
Yeah, Chapel Hill. He was kind of approached as the spokesperson for atheism, which I found very odd.
It should be odd, but I think a lot of people haven't got the idea yet that atheism isn't really like a proper group.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue that Richard Dawkins is the spokesperson for atheism, in the sense that, you know, the people who are likely to. I mean, I guess this maybe isn't completely valid, because obviously.
I didn't vote for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. If
You
you
vote
look
for your religious leaders, though.
if you look at that guy's Facebook, the guy who did the Chapel Hill, the shooter, I mean, it's an absolute shrine to the most generic form of anti-theism you can imagine. It's just he just continually posted these really generic memes, these anti-religious memes, and you can't pin him on all atheists, obviously, but this whole kind of new atheist kind of anti-theist culture, I mean, you could certainly tell those people who proudly embrace that they should maybe reflect a little bit on the kind of culture they've created. You know, not to blame them for it, but, you know, reflect on it a bit.
I genuinely, it does piss me off when you get atheists who refuse to acknowledge that maybe Stalin's opposition to religion had something to do with why he, you know, killed huge amounts of religious people. I mean, obviously, that, you know, as an atheist, that does not reflect on all atheists, but and you can even argue, if you want to argue that Christianity is horrible because it's led to lots of murder, that's fine, but you have to at least reconcile that partially with the fact that atheism has also led to some degree of violence.
Well, that, and a lot of the times I find that with the new atheists, they sort of remove the nuance out of things. Like the situation in the Middle East is so bad partially because of the geopolitics of that region, which as a consequence of that, secularism was never able to flourish. And similarly, with a lot of stuff that's happening nowadays, especially ISIS, was created actually to combat Syrian, like the Syrian government. Same with Al-Qaeda, which was a byproduct of the war against the Soviets. So, I mean, a lot of these kind of like horrid groups as a consequence of policy and governance as much as it is religious rhetoric, but the nuance is often removed.
And there's also the legacy of European imperialism.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, obviously, the first point to consider is that people say, why aren't Muslims condemning ISIS? And you think, hundreds of thousands of Muslims are fighting and being killed by ISIS, and then you think that, and you think, if we're going to say Islam is bad because Muslims are killing Muslims, then shouldn't you also say or acknowledge that millions, I think, you know, that's 50 million, let's say, in the two greatest wars of the 20th century were killed by Christian white people fighting each other over rampant nationalism. And really there's not even a century difference. If by 2050 Muslims or the Muslim world has overcome a lot of the difficulties it's facing now, which I don't think is necessarily unlikely if we're going to have a sensible foreign policy. Obviously, if the West continues, I think it might be impossible. But by 2050, there will not even be a century difference between the point at which white people were murdering each other by the millions, and then the 100-year interlude where white people claim to be civilized while Muslims did it. You know, it's, in the grand scheme of human history, we are not that much more advanced than the Muslims as we like to claim we are.
Yeah, and the fact is that I think there's a lot of short-termism, very short-term kind of goals in mind, and which often results in some very, very horrible things happening. Like, I mean, the short-termism in Syria led to Syria and Iraq actually led to the creation of ISIS. The short-termism in like Afghanistan led to the creation of Al-Qaeda. The short-termism in regards to the Iranian situation, where we basically assassinated Mossadegh, resulted in him being replaced by a horrifically secular government. We cracked down on religion so much that it resulted in a theocratic government being put in place.
What do people think about the Greens' policy on essentially not treating ISIS and Al Qaeda people who come back from there as criminals, not treating them as terrorists?
Oh.
Well, I think the actual position was you can't, if you are a member of those groups, that's not criminal. But if you're going to do something that is criminal, like say for example you're going to break the law,
yeah, I think I've missed a bit of nuance there. Sorry, I was trying to remember what it was. If you know it clearer, please.
Yeah, so if you break the law, say for example, if you're citing hatred against other people, or if you're going to carry out terrorist attacks, then you're going to get caught down for that. And I think aiding and abetting like ISIS in the foreign countries does actually count. But I think they want to have more rehabilitation. Try and rehabilitate people who went to fight for ISIS more, but yeah, I don't think it's like they're not going to let them off the hook. Basically, they just want it to not be a thought crime, because at the moment the legislation used to ban ISIS could actually be used to ban other groups like trade unions and other groups like that, and the whole nuance of the actual legislation was, their point was like it shouldn't be a thought crime to join a group. It should be a thought crime to do anything criminal.
Punish the actions, not the thoughts.
Yeah.
I would be in support of that, because one of the problems I think we have is, especially if ISIS fighters who come disillusioned and then come back, is that they are not attempted to be rehabilitated. I think it's Denmark that actually does attempt to rehabilitate. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. And they've actually had great success with it, but not allowing rehabilitation is actually making more of a problem. So I think it's a more nuanced approach, and I think it could work. It could be a possibility.
I was going to say firstly, with regards to the UK, there was a I think I saw it on the possibly even the front page of the Telegraph at my grandparents' on my dad's side, not the Jewish lefty ones, but it was on the front page of the Telegraph, and it was basically saying that a family had told the police that their son was considering joining ISIS, or their son was involved in ISIS, and their son had been arrested and sent to prison for, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years or so. And the family was basically saying, we feel betrayed because we told the police about this because we were worried about our son, and now our son's been sent to prison. But the other thing I was going to say about Scandinavian countries rehabilitating criminals is, of course, that I was actually just rewatching it because I was trying to refresh my memory. Anders Breivik, of course, lots of people were saying he hadn't been sent to prison for long enough because he was given a maximum sentence of 21 years for killing 76, 79 people, I think. And the Young Turks were talking about it, and they were basically saying Cenk Uygur, I think is his name, was basically saying that he didn't like that the Scandinavian system, for example, let people in prison play video games and have their own cell and things like that. But at the same time, he admitted there's no way around getting there's no way getting around the fact that it works. That if you give prisoners a decent life in prison, they do not commit crimes again. And yet, if prison is the most horrible thing imaginable, if it's absolutely terrible for them, for some reason, they go back there once they're out of it. So, you know, the whole idea of a deterrent, I think, is brought into question simply by the practice.
I think it's more to do with the prison system. I'm more actually prevention and actual rehabilitation is my most important thing. Obviously, punishment as well, because you do want it to be like a penalty for a crime committed. But at the same time, rehabilitation is very important and prevention is very important, because a lot of the time lefties get caught out on the whole, like, you just hug like criminals and stuff and give them a free ride. But I think the most important thing is that we should prevent people from becoming criminals, and we should try and rehabilitate them once they are a criminal. But at the same time, have it put in place that we are in for actually putting people away, and that some people perhaps aren't rehabilitable. That's something I'd like to add to that.
Yeah, need to. I mean, one of the things that I do support is letting prisoners vote. And it was a really weird conversation I had with my dad, because I said I support letting prisoners vote, and he said why, and I basically said, I think it's really weird that we want to rehabilitate criminals, and yet when it comes to actually contributing to the way society works, we're like, you can't do that, you're criminals. And it was weird because my dad just went, yeah, good point, yeah, I think I agree with you. And I was like, okay, that went well. But
you can't expect people to re-enter into society if you purposely cut them off from it.
I mean, that's the thing. I thought about one of the things that I was thinking about when I first heard about the basically the idea is it's post-scarcity, automated, blah blah blah. But one of the things I first thought about it was that it might be a really good way to organize our prison system. Like, if hydroponics was the main thing I was thinking about, and the idea of actually having allotments as a part of our prison system, so that prisoners actually work for themselves. And I was thinking, I guess that maybe comes from a bit of a socialist mindset, possibly. But I do think that one of the necessary components of rehabilitation is working and feeling like you're a part of society, but at the same time not going into what we've got currently, which is when you can pay prison workers less than minimum wage to basically have them work for you, which is something that we've seen with a few private prisons.
Interesting idea, yeah.
Brings in the bigger question of the minimum wage as well, which is going to be another flashpoint at this election.
It needs to be higher. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always the statement that you repeatedly see, which is it just defies reality, which is a minimum wage job is for teenagers trying to make a bit of money. That's the argument you always hear, and yet it's not true. We know for a fact that there are.
It must be a living wage. As far
it has to, yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
a living wage.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
I think we should get rid of 0-hour contracts as well. I think they should be illegal, basically, or at the very least, you should have something to replace 0-hour contracts, which is like a fixed contract, a fixed hour contract. Like you have to do like a set week amount, or like more fixed term contract would be more suitable than a 0-hour contract. So that gives the employers too much power.
I know that's a Green policy. I don't know about any other party. I don't want to say it's just the Greens pushing for getting rid of 0-hour contracts if there are in fact other parties going for it. But I know it's a Green policy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Labour were trying to push for it a little bit earlier, but some of their donors are kind of in favour of it, so they might not actually go ahead with opposing that. But yeah, 0-hour contracts are horrible, man. If you get put on one of those, and when the thing is, they don't just apply for jobs in like a pizza place or a fast food restaurant or whatever. It's also now office contracts and a factory work. It's also 0 hours, and it could just be they'll just call you in for 1 or 2 days in a month, and then you're signed on for the rest of that month. And it's absolutely horrible existence, and it gives too much power to employers. I think it should be got rid of, because you should know exactly how many hours you're going to get, so you have some sort of continuation. So you can say, oh, okay, so I'm going to only do 3 working days this week, and these are the working days I'm going to do, and then you can go, okay, then I'll get another job somewhere else working for another 2 or 3 days, whereas this just basically means you have to sit at home and just wait for a call from an employer to say, yeah, come in now. Because, yeah, and if you say no, then they can just refuse to call you in for work, which is horrible. It's like there's some articles about it in The Guardian that I've read about some really poor people that have been stuck in these situations, like the teacher who's can't really afford to pay for a kid because of the 0-hour contracts that she's on, and you know there's another guy who's also like struggling to pay for his kids as well. It's really heartbreaking that we allow this sort of stuff to happen nowadays. It's like legalized slavery.
One argument I don't like about this is people saying that, well, if that job sucks so much, if 0 hours sucks so much, why don't you go for another job? And it completely ignores the point of it's desperation that drives people to taking 0-hour contracts. You're completely ignoring the problem and blaming it on the person who is forced to take something like a 0-hour contract. No, it's just it's a counter argument I've heard that really annoys me because it just completely misses the point. People wouldn't take these shitty contracts if they didn't have to, if it wasn't the only option available to them.
The other thing, I mean, is people who talk about how if you support a minimum wage or if you support, restricting what the worker can do, then you must be against workers and you must be against worker freedom because you're not allowing workers to do all these things. And
well,
it's not exactly. I mean, obviously, it's a flawed argument because it's not about not allowing workers to do things. It's about not allowing bosses to do things. You know, when to be slightly Marxist again, when one class of people controls virtually everything that you need to produce anything of any economic consequence, you don't really need to, there's already enough of a restriction on what the worker can do, that it's pretty ironic for anyone to claim that people who support basic workers' rights are negatively affecting worker freedom.
Yeah, I mean, but this is another one of those messaging issues where the actual messaging is the 0-hour contracts is a boon for employers, but it really sucks for employees. But that's not how it's put across now, is it? And there's the left-wing sort of people need to do something to actually change the narrative a little bit more, because a lot of people, like, they don't get it, they don't understand, and they need to be shown this side of the conversation as well, because at the moment the only side they're getting is the official version of things, and we can't really affect change until people know how badly they're getting buggered over a barrel, basically.
What I find interesting, though, is that actually the newspapers, when you read them, seem to be against 0-hour contracts, and yet there doesn't seem to be so much political will to deal with them. Usually when the newspapers are in support of something or against something, that tends to be where the political will follows. I find it very odd that there's so much, like, 0-hour contracts are viewed as a good thing by practically no one, and yet there doesn't seem to be the will to change it.
Well, I mean, I think that some of the I think it's more people that donate money to political parties as well have a say on what is part of the agenda. Then there's also the I was talking about think tanks. Well, think tanks actually put forward legislation, and they provide like the backing for legislation and talking points in the mainstream media as well. So like a think tank group needs to actually come up with research to say, you know what, these 0-hour contracts are horrible, here's some alternatives that we could try that would meet the requirements a little bit better. If we had that, then perhaps that could push the conversation forward politically. But a lot of these think tanks are actually financed by like private enterprise and really rich people who perhaps it's in their interest for us to continue to have 0-hour contracts because it means they're allowed to screw people over. So, I mean, that's also part of the conversation that you can have a look at. I don't know, I think I want to start my own think tank.
Solution to everything.
We should all start it together.
Yeah. We'll call us Lefty Mangina Think Tank.
The drink tank. Yeah.
The drink tank part.
Yeah, and I'm the chairman because I have this hat.
That is a beautiful hat, by the way. Yes.
That is a hat that
Cheers.
commands respect.
Yes. It's sort of hat a criminal genius, the villain in one of those black and white movies would wear. Yeah.
Or the penguin or something.
Yeah. Does it have a rabbit in it?
No.
No, there's no rabbit hiding in your hat. No. No.
Yeah.
Let down.
Yeah, never mind. But I tell you what, guys. There's this thing. I posted a meme. Hang on Facebook recently. It's all about this thing with David Cameron about how this youth allowance crap. Are we all familiar with that?
Do you mean with the work for your allowance kind of thing?
Yeah, basically to get £57.50 a week, I think, isn't it? You've got to work 30 hours, and it works out at less than £2 an hour. And I posted this on Facebook. My friend has responded, and I'll quote him. He said, "I was never paid £2 an hour to job hunt. Surely if you don't have a job or may never have had a job, doing something that may give you some experience and becoming familiar with the notion that working earns you money rather than just getting a handout isn't a completely bad thing." What's your opinions of that?
Bollocks.
Bollocks.
I think bollocks as well. But
I think it feeds into this idea that people who don't have a job are somehow unaware of the existence of jobs.
Yes.
And that they think that, like,
or don't want them.
Or don't want them. Like, so most people on benefits, job seekers allowance, are actively seeking jobs, and they know jobs exist and they want to work. They want to work for a living, but this narrative that somehow people on job seekers allowance and on benefits, they don't want a job. Maybe some people in very small amounts, but you can't base your policy around anomalies, even if they get people really, really angry. Yeah, it's just it's a crap narrative, basically, saying that people on job seekers don't want jobs because they do.
Yes.
Yeah, but who's providing the alternative, though? Is there really anyone out there providing an alternative narrative to what's in the mainstream? That's the biggest problem at the moment, is that these narratives that they have, like against immigrants, against against poor people, against disabled people, against job seekers, these narratives, why are they allowed to go unchallenged? Why are they like? Why is everyone so willing to believe them, even though they're bullshit?
Because they appeal to your sense of injustice, I suppose. Like, they're very
populistic.
Yeah. They're easy.
It's perhaps similar to religion, maybe. It appeals to, people like it. That's what they want to believe. So it suits the kind of attitude they already have. So, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not good. I mean, the way. I mean, if people continue to think like this, they're gonna constantly go against their own personal interests.
Yeah.
Especially in the future when a lot of jobs are going to be like automated, and most people are going to be on the dole. I mean, what are you going to do then? I mean, I think a good 60-70% of jobs are going to be automated in the future. And, unless we diversify and change our economy, a lot of people are going to be unemployable in the UK, or not going to have any jobs at all. What are we going to do then? Because our society is based on consumption. If we don't have consumption, capitalism dies.
You mentioned something that I'm surprised we've not talked about so far, which is immigration. Like that's expected to be a really big issue at the next election, and I don't really see what the bad thing is about it, because I've never really been given any evidence that it's a particularly bad thing. And even the ones that aren't technically xenophobic seem to be rooted in like a.
It's bad because immigrants are going to come over and steal our jobs, shag our women, knock over our houses, and build mosques where our houses used to be.
Even the non-Muslim ones.
Yes, even them. Especially them, in fact.
Especially them.
Yeah. And they won't speak English, so we know what they're saying, and that's scary as hell.
I think it's dangerous to brand people who are against immigration as having those kind of views. It's more that they're worried about jobs, they're worried about families, and they're told that immigrants are the problem. That's a different thing to being against it.
Yeah,
it's a very minor issue that has been greatly inflated.
Yeah.
But it
blamed on the wrong people.
Blamed on the wrong people. But it appeals to people's basic insecurities.
Yeah. The
fact that it's such a common thing to blame it on shows that there's an underpinning xenophobia in our society that makes it such a simple explanation or seeming explanation. I reckon.
Yeah. Well, one of my tutors, because I'm currently studying journalism. He told me that there was a study done, I don't know how long ago, not too long ago, about immigration, and I think what the study showed was that in big city areas, like big urban, it's not a big problem. It's actually quite a good thing because it's bringing people in to do a lot of these jobs. But in more rural areas, it is a problem because there isn't really as much work available. And apparently the Daily Mail only focused on the negative at rural thing, and the Guardian only focused on the positive, which I suppose is what you'd expect from the bias of those papers. So yeah, there is an issue that we could have a sensible discussion about, but no one seems to want to have that.
Yeah, I was going to say, it always seems to get derailed into send the cunts back because they're filthy foreign scum.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
and people shouting racist at the other side without listening to them.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Even if I completely disagree with them and I think they're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah.
It's just you can't just shout racist at people and tell them to shut up when
yeah.
they've got. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
technically, I agree, but the majority of the time, in my experience at least, there seems to be at least some xenophobia or even racism involved or used to rationalize it.
Yeah, well, as a child of immigrants, I'd like to firstly tell those people, if you have legitimate concern about immigration, I think you need to read up a little bit more about what's going on, and what's actually causing the problems in society. I mean, a lot of the things that get blamed on immigration are the result of chronic underinvestment in our public services, the inability for the government to actually plan for the change in this sort of economic system that we're going to have in the future, skills shortage, jobs shortages, and also actual things that bankers have done. Exactly, and I think that's one of the focus. But I kind of get a bit wary of some people who have the anti-immigration stance, because a lot of them it is very there's a lot of xenophobia and racism involved, and it's kind of upsetting because it's kind of as someone from my perspective, it's sort of I grew up here, I was born here, but I can't really I'm not really considered part of the fabric of England because like I'm the son of immigrants. So like I mean it's kind of upsetting in a way, but at the same time it's sort of like I can see that it's bullshit. That a lot of the arguments are bullshit, but at the same time people need to have their questions answered. So it's really, really complicated, but it's expressed in such simple ways.
Yeah.
Anyway,
a sensible discussion about immigration is a great thing. It's difficult to have because you get these very loud voices that don't seem to want a nuanced discussion about it going on. But a phrase like I said before about people coming over here and taking our jobs, I really hate that phrase so much because someone can't literally come and take your job. That's what I think some people forget. Like, an immigrant can't come over here, push you out of your office chair, and be like, sorry, this is my job now, so fuck you.
Yeah, it definitely conveys a sense of entitlement.
Yeah. It's not your job until you get it. If someone comes over, if someone is better qualified than you gets this job, it's like, yeah, that's their job, not yours. It's neither your job nor theirs till one of you gets it. That's it. Being British does not entitle you to do jobs you're not qualified to do, basically.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
I think I'd agree with that.
Because I live in this country, I deserve the job. I deserve the job Florida does. And quite frankly, to that attitude, I say, fuck off.
Yes. It's like, yes, trust me to operate heavy machinery because I'm British. I'm an idiot, but hey, that's I'm British, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the worries on the lower end of the spectrum would be solved by just having like a minimum living wage that you had to pay regardless of the person's nationality.
And that's properly enforced.
Yeah, and that way that would force that would tell employers that, look, you can't undercut the market by bringing in labour from abroad. You have to pay everyone a minimum wage, and a lot of these companies actually hire agencies to basically recruit people from places like Poland or whatever and bring them over to the UK for the sole purpose of filling jobs, because they want to undercut the current, like, it's not Polish people's fault, it's the company's fault for being so cheap. And if they were not allowed to do that, then they'd probably be more likely to hire British people. Just saying.
But if the sole reason that they would go for one person over another is because they can undercut costs on them, then getting rid of, making sure the minimum wage is properly enforced. Unfortunately, I must quote that source is UKIP here, a UKIP supporter saying that the minimum wage is not properly enforced and that most big companies undercut and go under the minimum wage because they think they can get away with it. And if you get rid of that, if you enforce on the companies, you get rid of that worry that people wouldn't go, that they can undercut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's the thing. People blame the foreigners instead of blaming the companies.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Yeah, it's just, if we get these regulations a bit more under control, then that's really where the issue lies, rather than people who are just doing work because it's on us.
Yeah. But again, the narratives are in the control of a few people that have an agenda, and we've got to find a way of actually getting the proper message out there, which is really hard. I mean, how would you do that? We can't just set up our own television station and report the news our own way. We'd have to find a way to do that.
Well, I got accused of accusing someone of racism from discussing immigration. I didn't accuse them of being racist. I got accused of accusing. So
Well, aren't you accusing them of accusing you of accusing them of racism?
Well, they out and out said it, so I'm gonna assume that they were being honest. But I just highlight that as a problem in discussing this kind of issue. Like, it's too people want to politically charge it one way or another, and they don't want to just sit down and go, right, what is, if there are any problems. I personally don't think there are, but I'm willing to be sat down and told. But yeah, it's very hard to discuss this in a balanced way.
Yeah. Well, I just feel like being. Go on.
I wouldn't say main problem, but one very common theme is that the people who are opposed to it, especially the ones who are racist and xenophobic, tend to say, "Oh, you can never express any, attitudes that are against immigration. Otherwise, you'll be silenced as racist." Well, I mean, for one, if you're that scared of people disagreeing with you, then that's kind of makes you a bit of a coward. But two, I mean, it seems to be bollocks from what I've seen, because I've seen like comedians who had very obvious anti-immigration agendas and like themes in their jokes who've had their DVDs published and like in mainstream shops like HMV. So I mean, and like the Daily Mail, they publish all sorts of stuff that's got an obvious anti-immigration agenda. So, and there's even the Labour Party is trying to pander to them. So where exactly is this mass censorship going on?
Where are you being silenced? Because it seems to be everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's right. I mean, even in a country like this, I mean, we do have certain hate speech laws in the UK, but they're
not exactly easy to enforce.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, being anti-immigration isn't classified as hate speech. I mean, you can be as anti-immigration as you want. It's when you start bringing like racial slurring into the equation, which if you have to do, I think you do lose a lot of credibility. Anyway.
Well, I mean, even it's difficult to enforce. And to be honest, I wouldn't want to report someone for hate speech because I don't really like hate speech laws. But I mean, even that's hard to enforce because I went out one night and I had a man come up to me and who was drunk by the looks of it and talking about how the black people were taking over England and how welcome to England, I mean Africa. And stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, even stuff like that is. I can't imagine I'd be able to get him in trouble for this because I couldn't. There was no one watching. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that would fall under hate speech if in the context of what it is.
He used the word nigger as well.
Yeah, but it's essentially a private conversation though between you and him, which I don't think would fall under hate speech, but I think public.
I was walking through a bus station actually.
Even in a public place, I think if someone's directly addressing you, I think that would still fall under kind of public. I mean, this is one of the problems I have with talking, especially to a number of American people. They seem to think this idea that if hate speech laws ever became a thing, somehow it would mean the end of freedom of speech. And I think, well, no, we can be more nuanced than that. I mean, I think, it's possible to limit speech, but still allow the expression of political ideas, artistic ideas. I don't think just the fact that we might put some limits on speech means we've somehow taken freedom of speech away. I think it's possible to have
there are a lot of misconceptions about freedom of speech and
God, yes, there are. Yes.
speech.
Yeah. You blocked me from your comments section. You violated my First Amendment rights.
I think one of the most shocking.
Yes.
I think possibly the best contemporary example of this is Anita Sarkeesian saying, criticizing video games, and a lot of people say that what she's saying goes against the First Amendment because she wants to ban certain types of media. I think she's not. She's criticizing them, and the irony is that what they're basically saying in that is you should not be allowed to criticize what people say or what people do. So, ironically, you are yourself violating freedom of speech by claiming people shouldn't be allowed to disagree with you or what you consume.
Yes, this goes back to what I said about right libertarians in America as well. They are only concerned with their own liberty. That's it. You know, it's like they want to be able to do whatever the hell they want. If anyone else comes along and starts doing whatever the hell they want, it's like, whoa, hang on, no, we can't have that. Because me and my liberties are so much more important than everyone else's. And yes, it is. People don't understand that. Like, free speech just means that the government of whatever country you live in can't punish you for saying things they don't like.
Yeah.
That's it. It's nothing to do with anything. Like, people have told me I'm anti-block them on YouTube or whatever, and it's like, no, I've blocked you because you're annoying. You still have free speech because I'm not the government. You can still say whatever the hell you want. I just don't want to fucking listen to it, right? Because I'm bored as shitless of it, and it's taking up space in my comment section. You can go and post on your own channel whatever the hell you like. But
that's like if you hang up on someone, them having a go at you for violating their free speech.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
No, I just can't be bothered to listen to you anymore.
Yes, I mean, I like to think I give people a fair chance as well. In the comment section of my videos, I've let people go on for hundreds of comments before I eventually decide to block them. And they start acting like I'm censoring them. And it's like, look, I've given you plenty of time to say something worth listening to. You haven't said anything. And you know, yes, in my comment section, yes, it is up to me to decide whether you're saying anything worthwhile. That's the deal, I'm afraid. Just as in your comment section, it would be up to you. And I have given you, I think, fair chance to say something meaningful. If the conversation's going nowhere, all you're doing is taking up space in the comment section, and that's space. Other people could be saying things that I might actually be interested in, and it is my comment section. So what I am interested in has priority.
Oh, I got my first kill yourself comment. I think possibly today or yesterday. I was like, oh, that's nice. It was from a Julie Borowski fan. I was like, you don't understand her. You should just shut up and kill yourself. And I was like, oh, okay.
Cool. What I'm doing actually is going to really piss people off. Because what I do is I go on to all the videos by Sargon of Akkad and Teal Dare and all those guys, and I find the top-rated comments, and whoever's got a top-rated comment and has said something really, really horrible, I'll block them. Preemptively.
Yes, do it.
Yeah.
I spent an entire weekend doing that.
With people like that, I mean, with people who troll my channel continuously, if they're fans of Sargon or Teal Deer, I mean, eventually I will have a look at their channel and see if they've got videos. And if they've got videos, I'm like, oh yes, we're gonna have some fun with this. Yes, I'm gonna download a few of these and use these clips in future videos. Sadly, not many of them have, but I mean, did you see my last video to Teal Deer, where he was saying sociology is...
I saw that, yeah.
I know, it threw me into a bit of a rage because I'm a psychologist. So.
Yeah, well, that snippet at the end of the video, that kid screaming into a microphone, that's one of Sargon's fans. He was just posting stupid shit on my channel for ages, and after a while I just had a look at his channel, and it was just all him doing really bad metal covers, like him just singing along to metal tracks, and I just decided I'm definitely going to download a few of these and just use a snippet of that in a future video, because I just hate this guy so much. I'm just going to use a snippet of one of it, and I'm just going to build up a kind of outro for all those kind of videos like that.
Yeah.
I'll just have the stupidest things these people have said, or
sounded like.
One of the people I blocked actually had posted a video up on YouTube where they were going through a drive-through in America with an Obama mask, and they were asking the lady at the counter, "Can we have some bananas, please?" And then he goes to the counter and he says, "Oh, this is just ghetto smart, you know. We're just getting bananas. It's good for you. It's potassium." Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. And then he's posted the N-word a lot. He's a fan of a lot of MRAs, and he goes on every single YouTube channel where black people trying to explain things about racism and just post negative comments.
I do that. I don't think I've done it so much with like insulting things, but I did it with idiotic things. So there's a really short clip on YouTube, and it's basically from the debate between Stephen Fry and Christopher Hitchens over whether or not the Catholic Church is a force for good. And where Stephen Fry basically says, you know, the Catholic Church accuses people of moral relativism, and moral relativism really just means thinking about what you believe rather than just saying it's true because it is. And then one of the top comments is like, "Oh, Stephen Fry's stupid. Everyone knows moral relativism is all about how, it's, Muslims should be able to cut off women's genitals and things like that." And I just clicked on his channel, and of course he's subscribed to Stefan Molyneux, Sargon of Akkad,
David Arini,
Reverend philosophy.
Sorry, Davis.
David, yes. Why has he got a surname for a first name? Sorry, off topic. Carry on.
One of the things that has come through very recently is tightening of terrorism laws, especially in relation to ISIS and Charlie Hebdo. I wonder what anyone thought about that in terms of policy. I don't know what official policy is, because obviously this is quite reactionary. This is in reaction to events that have occurred. This idea, this idea of we can suspend your liberties if you're at risk, and we know what's best for you to keep you safe, kind of narrative.
Yeah, we've lost our right to free association and also our right to free association, and our speech has been limited again. So basically, if the government decides that you are going to be, if you're going to say something that's going to cause trouble, even if you haven't said anything wrong, they can block you from speaking publicly, which is a very scary power to give to the government. Yeah. I personally wouldn't give them that power, regardless of how bad the problems were with ISIS.
Yeah, that is quite worrying. I mean, in terms of free speech, yeah, I mean, blocking people from speaking publicly based on association, I mean, that's too far. That's going too far, in my opinion. I mean, hate speech is one thing, but based on association.
You don't even have to be associated with anyone. It could just be that they just don't like what you have to say, or they're afraid that you might say something that they don't like, and they can ban you from speaking publicly. Yeah.
That's a law currently.
Yeah.
What's the name of it?
I'd say that might be worth referencing down below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite a serious.
What's the secretary's name? I think it's the Home Secretary or something. No, I can't
Theresa
remember.
May.
Theresa May.
Theresa May?
Yeah, she is some psychopath, man. She's like really doesn't like our civil liberties. And they said that if the Conservative Party wins the next election, they're gonna repeal the Civil Rights Act, I think.
The Human Rights Act.
Sorry, Human Rights Act.
Oh yes. The Human Rights Act is not popular with, certainly not with the right, is it? I mean, the UKIP want it abolished.
UKIP have an official.
And the Tories want it abolished.
Yeah, a lot of people want it abolished because they claim that we will come up with our own free Civil Rights Act.
Somehow they believe the Human Rights Act enables terrorism. Is their position? Does it?
I think
Well,
that problem is.
The main thing that they used to reference that was the Abu Qatada case, but I mean the main thing that was feared was if he was going to be tortured, if he was deported back to Jordan. And to be honest, I think they were right to deport him, but I don't think that concern is really to be scoffed at.
Right.
Like, that's a legitimate concern, like, if torture is going to be used.
Yes.
And also, if Jordan is signed to the Human Rights Act, which I don't know, then they shouldn't be doing that anyway, should they?
It's a UK statute law, so I don't see why they would be.
Yeah, but isn't Jordan part of the UN? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, yeah, but so is North Korea and China.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. But
There's quite a few signatories to the Human Rights Act who don't obey it at all.
Yeah, well, the Human Rights Act, though, is it's UK.
Universal Declaration of Human Rights. My bad.
But the Human Rights Act is based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That was one of the inspirations for it. So yes, it should tackle quite well. There are some disagreements with the Human Rights Act, which I can kind of get, and some people have said they want to replace it with I can't remember the terminology. They want
British Bill of Rights.
Yes, a Bill of Rights. Yes, a British Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
We don't have a working constitution here.
Isn't the Human Rights Act ratifying mainly the European Convention on Human Rights?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how that's different from universal.
Yeah, it's kind of the idea of it, yeah. But I should say, to sort of play devil's advocate a bit for people who oppose it, it's not because they oppose human rights necessarily. It's just they would prefer a different way of approaching human rights.
Yeah.
I don't see what's wrong with it, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool with it.
Well, one of the if you want to have a humanist part of your party, you have to basically be in support of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the European Court of Human Rights. So UKIP can't actually have an official humanist part because of that, because they're opposed to both of them.
Yeah.
That's something I learned.
Yeah, I mean, UKIP seems to be largely Christian or Christian fundamentalist.
There are humanists in it. There are humanists in.
Do they call themselves? I mean, when you say humanists, I mean, do they call themselves that?
Enough to associate with the BHA, yeah.
I mean, humanists aren't necessarily. I guess maybe it depends on how you're using the term. But obviously, humanism originally wasn't anti-Christian. Humanism was sorry, I shouldn't say anti-Christian. I mean, you could be a Christian humanist.
I'm talking humanist in the sense of associated with the British Humanist Association.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, humanism, in its strictest sense, it's not just atheism, though. I've said this to people like, I saw a debate between Andrew Copson and some Christian guy whose name I can't remember. He had an unusual name, but it was on the big question.
Is this the one who called him Pol Pot?
Yes.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
But to be honest, I think Andrew Copson, the way he responded to that, I mean, it wasn't bad, but I think he could have responded better. I think he actually let the guy weasel around him a little bit, because I would have said in that situation is that Pol Pot was an atheist, but he wasn't a humanist. You know, he didn't believe in God, and that was a part of his worldview, but he wasn't a humanist because he didn't give a fuck about like human rights, needs, welfare, and what have you.
All he gave a shit about was his, ideal agrarian society.
Yes. So I keep saying like there are different types of atheism.
Year zero. That's the term.
Yeah. there are different types of atheism, just as there are different types of theism, and just as there are different theists, like there are Christians and there are Muslims and there are Hindus and whatever. There are different types of atheists, and humanists are one type of that. And
as someone who's been accused of being in support of Stalin, though, you do see red when people say that kind of stupid shit to you.
Yeah.
I can respect Andrew Copson's response, which I thought was pretty measured.
Yeah. Well, I think it was good, but I think he should have just gone for that. He should have just said, "Look, I don't have any," because his response was that he said, "Well, look at all the Christian dictators and murderers and all this," and it's like, well, that's almost acknowledging that Pol Pot is one of his own, and he's not. Pol Pot is no more. Pol Pot's type of atheism is no more something Andrew Copson has to take on board than, say, a Christian has to take on board Islamic ideas or anything like that. You know, like if I were to say to a Christian, "You're responsible for Osama bin Laden," they'd be like, "What the hell? He's not a Christian."
The fuck you
like,
are.
And I can say, "No, but he was a theist. You're a theist." And that's what I feel like when people say to me, "Oh, oh, Pol Pot was an atheist, and you're an atheist." I say, "Yeah, he was a type of atheist that is not the same as me. I am a humanist." That's a completely different approach to the non-religious kind of worldview than he had. So that's why I'm a bit curious as to whether humanist members of UKIP are they real humanists? Do they embrace that term?
I don't know. I mean, some UKIP people I've spoken to, and it's quite limited, and it could be that kind of smokescreen thing, but they have concerns for human dignity and human rights. It's just, in my view, they're incredibly misinformed about how to go about it. So I think you could have, I think it would be possible to have a humanist UKIPper. I don't see why it would be a contradiction. But I think the way they go about it would be wrong. I'm not a UKIPper, so obviously I think that.
Yeah, because I don't want to commit the no true Scotsman and just say, "Oh, if you're a UKIPper, you're not a true humanist." But what I would say is, if you look at the sort of tenets of humanism, it's like there's concern for human rights needs, welfare. There's also advocacy of the scientific method, advocacy for the responsible use of science. And I just think there's a lot of things there that people who support UKIP, I think we could draw into question. I mean, they do ignore the scientific method a lot of the time. They don't seem to have a huge concern for human rights needs and welfare, because they tend to be things like homophobic, sexist, racist, etc. So, although, I mean, I'm not going to go so excuse me, sorry. I'm not going to go so far as to say, "Oh, they're not humanists," but I would draw their humanism into question.
I would have thought that humanism as a term might be slightly useless. I think saying defining humanist in terms of being a member of the British Humanist Association makes more sense, because obviously they maybe have a clear idea to them. But I do think there's a point at which humanism, and it's just this whole thing sort of reminds me of when you're talking to an anti-feminist and they call themselves a humanist or an egalitarian as opposed to a feminist.
Yes.
And you think there is a point at which, unless you've got an official doctrine or an understanding of humanist theory or egalitarian theory, which I think to a degree doesn't even really exist, it's almost like calling yourself a goodist or a nice guyist. I mean, it's like there's you reach a point where you're defining yourself so abstractly that it becomes using those terms.
On the score of like anti-feminist people calling themselves humanists, I'm going to honestly say these people are not humanists, at least not by nature of how they're defining themselves, because they think humanism means this. They're almost confusing it with humanitarianism. Yeah. Humanitarianism is an important part of humanism, but it's not quite the same thing.
more.
If you've got respect for the scientific method, I don't think you can be an anti-feminist. You can not call yourself a feminist. That's fine, but I don't think you can be anti.
Yeah. But this whole MRA thing of they call a Voice for Men says humanist counter theory, and I'm like, no, nothing about. I've looked at your website. Nothing about this teslates with any kind of understanding of humanism. They're just assuming humanism means you care about everyone instead of just women, which is supposedly feminism, which is not really how that whole thing works.
There's a debate I enjoy having, which is I think I first noticed it in I was watching I only found out about Sargon of Akkad about 2 months ago, honestly, but I remember there were probably 2 separate videos, or it might have even been the same video, but basically he begins by saying, someone who supports equality between the genders is an egalitarian, and then there's another part where he basically argues that the fact that men and women do different jobs is a simple division of labor. And I find this to be really interesting because egalitarianism originally was a theological concept. And the idea was there was a debate within the Catholic Church about what the role of men and women were. And there were basically 3 positions. Number one, there were chauvinists who believed that men were men were above women. And then there were egalitarians who thought that men and women should have basically the same role regardless of their gender. And then there were complementarians who believed that men and women were equal, but they should do different jobs. And what I find really ironic is that a lot of the people who define themselves as egalitarians as opposed to feminists are actually consequentialists.
Yes.
Complementarians, Jimmy.
Men and women should do different jobs, but it's fine that men and women should do different jobs. But they're not even in saying they're an egalitarian, not a feminist. A lot of the time, they're not even being accurate in saying that.
Say complementarialist is the
Complementarian.
Yes, that's actually that's probably much more what these people are. It's a bit like with a number of new atheists, they call themselves rationalists, and if you look at what they actually think, it's like, no, you guys are empiricists. These guys are not rationalists. They don't use reason alone to conclude things. They look at evidence. They go on about evidence all the time. That's empiricism.
I mean, I guess it's really. I mean, a lot of the time you end up having like a philosophy, especially when someone's like. You can tell when someone's pseudo-philosophical because you find yourself when you debate them jumping all over like the spectrum of different philosophical discourse. Like you're trying to have a discussion about ethics of politics, and you end up running into meta-ethics and philosophy of history and philosophy of language and things like that.
Yeah.
And it's because they haven't actually got a firm foundation what they believe, so they end up making up the foundation as they go along.
Yes, and that's the case. Certainly with Sargon, yes.
I personally despise Sargon. I'd just like to put that out there. Despise Sargon, despise Tilde, and I despise Thunderfoot, and I despise The Amazing Atheist, and Jack Langman.
Yes, I share your despising.
Me too.
Jack Langman is more reasonable. I should say she's not that reasonable on the Muslim front, but I don't think she's not quite as radically anti-feminist. I don't think. I could be wrong. I've seen. I know she's anti-feminist, but I've only seen her. Like, if you look at Thunderfoot, I mean, she's
not as bad as Thunderfoot.
That's a low bar.
That's a low bar.
Anna still says science and education for the win, and yet if you go through like the last 20 submissions, 16, 17 of them are about feminism.
Yeah.
But the 2 newest videos on his channel are about science. So.
Yeah, but it's poking a jug with Nick Neals, isn't it?
Well, he did actually do a video where he discovered something. Apparently, that potassium thing where he figured out a way to prevent it from exploding when you put in water. And what was the other one? He did another video about World War II, something or other.
Yeah. Actually, I saw that. It was the super weapon the Nazis were going to have. Also by wait, I know Josh.
Yes,
Josh.
thank you very much for joining us. Cheers.
Oh, see you too. Yeah, I see.
You're just saying bye to Josh.
I'm just saying bye to Josh.
I thought you.
Sorry, yeah.
No, I'm not leaving yet. You can't get rid of me that easy.
Did anyone?
Yeah.
Did anyone see Jacqueline Glenn on Drunken Peasants? I can't remember when this was. I tend to get.
I can never really watch Drunken Peasants because they talk about loads of stuff. They talk about loads of stuff, and then they'll just have like 3 headlines in their thing. And I'd be like, oh, I wouldn't mind hearing, like, I mean, maybe just for the laughs, but what they have to say about that, and you can't ever really find it anywhere.
No, it just interests me because I don't know if any of you end up watching my conversation I had with a feminist, and I said that the wage gap. She said people talk about it being 27%, and it's more 8 to 4, and I still think that's a massive problem and a reason to have feminism. If anyone, by the way, if anyone has anything to contradict that in terms of stats, please just tell me. And she actually said something quite similar, that actually 4 to 8 is just as bad and still needs action, which, as someone who's kind of gone off that kind of stuff, it was quite nice to hear, at least.
I was going to say regarding the wage gap, and I'm not quite sure if I'm sure someone's probably touched on this, but this was just something I was actually thinking rather independently. But I think one of the lowest estimates I've seen has been by the Heritage Foundation, which was about 5%, which doesn't sound that bad necessarily.
That's still bad.
I mean, yeah. But one of the
interesting
things about it is that what you have to realise is that in a lot of professions there isn't a wage gap at all, which means that on the one hand, for let's say 40-50% of women there is no wage gap, but on the other hand that means for the other 60-50% of women there is a wage gap that is actually much bigger. The 5% figure is an average, and it means that for some women it could be huge, and for other women it might not be a problem at all.
I think some people don't get that it's an average as well.
Yeah,
that's the problem. I think the average is a way to simply explain an overall problem to people, and I think because it's an average, some people they don't quite equate it to their own life. And
I think also a lot of these disparities go on the lower end of things. But if say for example, if you had a living minimum wage, then that would get rid of a lot of the it would get rid of a lot of the problems with, it would reduce things quite considerably.
You'd get a floor effect.
Yeah. So I think what would be great is if, more mainstream feminists would actually go for a better minimum wage, a living minimum wage for everyone, because that would lift a lot of women out of poverty, and it would actually fix that disparity a lot better than, say, for example, trying to go for more CEOs and stuff like that. But I don't know, that's maybe I'm wrong in that assumption, but yeah, I kind of think that we should take care of the vast number of people.
It sounds accurate. I mean, there is I'm trying to think who said it. It was a feminist international theorist, but she basically said poverty is basically a woman's problem. And admittedly, she was talking more internationally here. But I think one of the biggest lies spread by anti-feminists is the myth of the housewife, and it's the idea that a lot of anti-feminists will say that women's oppression is that for all of human history, women have never had to work, and they've just sat there eating sweets, cleaning, and then the husband's gone and done all the work.
And yet, having affairs.
Yes. And then
having constant affairs.
Living off the child support that they got from their exploiting vulnerable young men. But yeah, women have had some of the most grueling jobs in history. throughout most of the Industrial Revolution, the majority of people doing shitty jobs were children, obviously, which is the problem, but also women. And even if you want to go back to the Roman Empire, women still did a lot of jobs. It's just they tended to work from home, doing things like weaving and making a lot of things. But it's the housewife phenomenon almost came with feminism. So the idea that sort of feminism is just fighting against the idea that women don't have to have jobs and therefore it's some type of complaining about nothing thing is a bit ridiculous. And that does tie into the fact that one of the things we need to do, and one of the things that would hugely help women, is hand in hand with socialism and helping workers.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the most exploited workers are women.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's that. If we focus more on them, then it would be much better for society at large. To be honest, I think I would have a lot more sympathy for people like what's her face, the Facebook CEO. I think if the lean-in person, if she did more stuff like that, then focusing primarily on stuff like you should lean in more and should have more female CEOs and stuff like that, because I think only a small number of people can be CEOs, whereas there's a lot of people that are on the lower end of the wage scale, and we should tackle that as more of a priority.
What do you think about parties trying to enhance the number of female MPs and representatives they have in their what's they called? Big positions, essentially. Sorry, I've completely forgotten the name. Trying to push for more of those.
Well, to be honest, I'm not bothered by that, to be honest. But the thing is that the problem isn't that there aren't enough women in charge. The problem is the system results in the kind of people being in charge all think the same way, and they all act a particular way, and they all vote a particular way. I think what would be ideal is actually if we got people from different backgrounds and different point of views in charge. I don't have a problem with even if 100% of the parliament was women. We'd still be oppressed just as badly as we are now. So to me personally, it doesn't make that much of a difference to me if all the parliament was full of women, whatever. I think
you'd have a separate problem if it was entirely women, because then you've probably ended up in a different situation.
Yeah, but
whenever anything is homogenous, you've probably got a problem somewhere.
Yeah, but the problem is though that it's the thinking behind the people, the kind of people that we send into power. They all think a particular way, and that would be the same whether that person is from a minority or from who's a woman or LGBTQ individual, whatever. I think the problem is that the mindset of the person in charge needs to be different. And quite frankly, if you want more women in Parliament, and if you're going to elect more women to prominent positions, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Go ahead. But at the same time, the problem isn't the lack of women; it's the lack of people with different viewpoints being in charge. There's no point having the entire parliament full of women if they all think like Maggie Thatcher. If you know what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. I was going to say, obviously, a lot of people criticize affirmative action because they say it results in people who aren't qualified getting a position based on their race or gender. And to some degree, you could argue this is correct, but I think I do think a lot of the time the best solution is in the thing that benefits, but removes the problem to begin with in a way. So I think the best thing we can do is increase funding towards education and make sure education is more egalitarian. And I think at that point, even if affirmative action is a poor solution, in the meantime, at least people who oppose affirmative action they have sort of motivation. If we force women to occupy certain positions of power, then at that point it creates an onus to actually make sure that we encourage women to do the best they can with those positions of power, rather than what we have currently, where women maybe aren't interested in politics, women don't spend enough or as much time like getting involved in the political scene, but it's okay because they're not involved in politics, or it's okay because they're not involved in academia or being CEOs or anything like that, or even just lower level managerial positions. If we make it so women have to have those positions, then there is a concern that can be shared by everyone that we need to make sure that women are more capable of taking on those positions.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I don't care if women are in charge or if men are in charge. It'll still be the same way. Things will still be the same. So if you decide to make like 90% of all CEO, chairman, CEOs women, it doesn't really make a difference to me.
The reason for affirmative action, I think, is, as you're saying, is because it's been demonstrated that there's a problem with disproportionate selection of certain demographics. Mostly demographics. I don't think psychographics come into it, but demographics certainly. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. If people, the only way to solve that problem I can think of is to say, right, let's try and make sure we're spacing this sort of thing a bit more evenly. I can't think of how else you'd solve it, really.
I think at the end of the day, when you're leaving a system where men have basically oppressed women for millennia, and there isn't an easy solution, go figure. Don't act shocked that coming from where we're coming from, there isn't an easy solution to gender problems.
Yeah. Because we've had studies where it's been repeatedly said, hasn't it, that we've had studies where it's demonstrated that CVs with female-sounding names on them get less callbacks than male CVs, even if the qualifications and experience are identical. Similar with certain racial things, certain foreign-sounding names, they get less callbacks than.
Well, there is a study. I don't know exactly how I'll get it up. I'll try and link it in the comments probably to this chat. But it's basically a study that says that that shows that a white person's CV with a criminal record is more likely to get a callback than a black person's CV without one. And I think it was done by Princeton University.
Yeah, and that is bad. And then that's why things like affirmative action are understandable.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, just to clarify my previous point, I have no problem with like women being in charge. I'm just mindful that we're just replacing one set of oppressors with another set of oppressors. I think the mindset of the people in charge needs to be different as well, not just their gender, for positive change to actually happen.
Okay, yeah, well, I suppose so, yeah. I mean, I think there are certain, there is a kind of conservative feminism which actually seems to be about that. From what I've looked at it, I mean, I tend to like liberal feminists. That this conservative type of feminism just seems to be, they're quite happy with the idea of oppression, just as long as women get to do their fair share of the oppressing. That's what I've looked at, and it's like, yeah, I can't really get on board with that. I think we need to end oppression across the board, really. That means, and I like this intersectional approach to feminism a lot more, which not this idea of oppression's fine as long as women get to do their fair share of it. It's this weird conservative feminism, which I don't really buy.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I don't mind having women in charge, just as long as they're all not like Maggie Thatcher. This is my kind of like.
Well, the thing is, Maggie Thatcher. I mean, she was not a feminist. She openly said the women's lib movement should hate her, and I suspect they probably did and should. And yeah, I mean, she didn't like women. She preferred the company of men. That's the impression I got of her. I don't know if people would agree or disagree, but she seemed to just she didn't really have a lot of time for women, even though she was one.
Didn't she have one of the most male-dominated cabinets ever?
Yes.
Yeah.
She didn't tolerate the company of women very well. I mean, I know she is not. I think she said once she said the goals of women's lib have been achieved. I think this was shortly after she'd been elected. And you think, what a selfish view of women's lib to think, because I have now achieved power.
I've achieved it.
That's it. We're done. Yeah, this is not women's lib. This is woman's lib. This particular woman, and that's it. So yes, Maggie Thatcher was not a feminist. People have tried to use her as an example to promote anti-feminism. It doesn't work.
There is a study or it's mentioned in Simone de Beauvoir's Second Sex, and it's basically one that shows that women raised in predominantly female environments are more likely to be ashamed of their gender than women raised in predominantly male environments. And obviously this was around the 1950s, where you were just about to start to see that maybe men would be raising women. And basically, obviously de Beauvoir is one of the foundational second-wave feminists, was basically pretty open about the fact that one of the biggest problems with modern gender trouble is that there are women who have such internalized misogynistic views that they will actually be more likely to push the idea that women should take care of men and cook and clean and have babies than men would. Men are more likely to take women out to play football and things like that, which they might actually, will challenge their perceptions.
Oh yeah. There have been women opposed to feminism from the word go. It's not a new thing. I get the impression certainly when you look like at the early 20th century, which is the bit I'm most familiar with, they were afraid of change, and because certain women were afraid of change, it was like, oh no, women shouldn't have the vote, women shouldn't be able to do these sort of jobs men do. No, because they were terrified of this kind of change this would bring upon society.
But yeah, I mean, there's always going to be someone who's opposed to change anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, largely feminism has been really positive, actually. I mean, not just on men, but actually society at large. It's brought really positive changes.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the same time, like I don't know. I don't really get the kind of vitriol that's aimed at feminism anymore. I mean, I used to once upon a time, but now that I understand it, I can sort of like get it a bit more. I think. Similar. Yeah, exactly. I think though the way that feminism is marketed is kind of a bit shit though. Like, it could be marketed a little bit better because
possibly arguably it's I think I mean, a number of people I've spoken to who've been involved with feminism a lot longer than I have, a lot of them don't like the idea of having to go out of their way to pitch feminism to people. But I get why. I think people get fed up of explaining the same thing again and again and again. And I think they just think, I'm fed up of trying to do this. I want other people to do the legwork, and I want them to stop putting the effort into understanding it. You know, not me trying to pitch it to people. I want them to start doing the work themselves. But I suppose that's the way it is. If you're trying to market anything to anyone, it does involve repeated explanation and repeated use of a lot of the same phrases and statistics and arguments, and that's sometimes the way it is. I just think, but yeah, I do get why some people are fed up of trying to pitch something to people when it just seems like they won't listen a lot of the time. But on the other hand, there are people who listen. I mean that's like we've all said here that, you know, like you and I, Sage, for example, have said that we used to have quite different views that were probably, looking back, were quite misogynistic, but now we have. So there are people, you know, there are people who do listen and do change their views, and it's not a completely fruitless exercise in expressing these to people. Yeah, but I do get your point that sometimes the way people market stuff doesn't seem like it's particularly as effective as it could be, maybe.
Yeah, I think a lot of the other problem is that the media itself isn't very pro-feminism for whatever reason. I never understood this, but yeah, they're also very happy to spread misinformation about feminist positions as well, because it sort of like drums up controversy and brings in the views. But yeah, it's not really helpful. I feel very disillusioned with the way media does things. You know, it's getting a bit on my nerves nowadays.
I don't know. Well, you got The Independent in kind of mainstream news, and you've got BuzzFeed as kind of or internet mainstream, I suppose, which are, a lot of their articles are very explicitly feminist, to the point of repeating actually some of the flawed reasoning, but also including some of the stuff that we would say is also correct.
Yeah, but it's more news channels basically. It's, well, if we're going to be more serious about it, so it's the American news media as well. Even the pro feminist side of things is not explaining it properly. We're talking more like more CNN, Fox News, which isn't really a news station. You know, even MSNBC has some very negative things to say about feminism, more implied than stated explicitly. But yeah, it's sort of like there's a lot of bullshit really that is being peddled by a lot of our news media, and it needs to stop because it's harm. I know they've got to sell advertising, and the people that own these news channels and stuff, they have their own agenda to push, but some of the regressive stuff that they promote is really hurting society, and they need to stop for the betterment of mankind.
Yes, Rupert Murdoch needs to stop doing everything for the betterment of mankind. It's like, oh God, yeah. Yes. Like, yes, Fox News is oh God, I'm so glad we don't have an equivalent of that in the UK. Like,
we have Sky News. We have Sky News owned by Rupert Murdoch, which is more subtle. But
about to say, Sky News is not as bad as Fox News.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, in the UK, I'm not quite sure of the legislation, but I know BBC cannot do what Fox News do because it's owned by the public. They can't adopt a political bias, because if they do, they wouldn't really be justified in being owned by the public, because everyone owns the BBC. But the reason the UK media, the UK sort of television, news and so on, is the way it is because they looked at America and thought, no, we don't want to be like that. Like, America was the sort of antithesis of what they wanted to be, and things like interviews, very begrudgingly, British news media started to do that, but that was considered a very American thing at one point, and they were like, oh, we don't want to do that because we don't want to be like America. But begrudgingly, eventually, they thought that interviews are quite a good format. But the reason British news tends to be very, very objective and shows no political bias is because of that. But I certainly with the BBC, ITV, I don't know. I think maybe they're just trying to fit that format as well. I don't know. I don't know if that because they're an independent company, but I'm not quite sure of the legislation.
I think they need to work much harder in order to they have to be a bit more subtle in the UK if they want to show a political bias.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it still happens.
Well, I think if you look at things like the Mail or the Express in terms of print media, they have a very explicit bias.
Oh yeah, the press does, yes. No question about it, yes.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. On TV, I don't think there's as much explicit bias
TV
that I've ever encountered anyway.
Yeah, TV, I don't know quite the legislation, but I don't think it's allowed.
Yeah.
Well, certainly with the BBC, it's not allowed because they're publicly owned, because they're not a commercial station. So if they were ever to show political bias, that would be like they're saying, oh, by the way, the whole of the public has to fund us, but we're only going to represent this particular chunk of the public. That would be an absolute no. But in America, because it's all commercially done, they can show political bias. But then I do wonder about ITV and why are they restrained by this, or are they just trying to fit the same format as the BBC? Because they seem to be fairly objective as well.
Well, according to the law, if you run a news show, you do have to try and show the news in a balanced way. But also, I think it's like the BBC sort of set a bar that the rest of the media has to follow. But
I expect so. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is the BBC is its funding has been cut in the past couple of years. And unfortunately, what that means is it has to take in news stories from public relation firms and think tanks ever more now, and just because they need to fill out airtime, and they just scoop that stuff up and put it down, which is really sad because it hurts the discourse quite a bit, and it allows corporations to control the media output a little bit.
Oh yeah, but compare it to Fox News, though. I mean,
we're
nowhere. It's nothing like that bad. Let's be honest. I mean, we're.
Bye, Mike.
Yeah. Are you off? Nice. Thank you very much for joining us, Michael. Thank you.
Bye, Michael.
And Fox News. But so as I was saying, with Fox, I mean, we're not that bad over here. Rupert Murdoch would love to be able to launch something like Fox News over here, but I don't think the law allows for it.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Now, you've mentioned Sky News, but even then, I mean, I don't think. I mean, we have a free press. But the television news is just not considered the same, and I support a free press totally. But I do appreciate that we've got this more objective news, like the BBC or whatever. It's a relief to have that. I don't want to tune into Fox News when I.
Yeah, if we had actual Fox News starting up in the UK, I think I'd protest it. I'd actually organise as many people as I could to protest it. This is horrible. Why would you wish that on a democracy?
Oh yeah. Fuck it. It's just such horrible misrepresentation of reality. It's like, I don't think. I mean, free press is one thing, but lying is not okay. That is not allowed by the press. And I do think. I mean, as I understand it, the reason we don't have stuff like that over here is because precisely for that reason we didn't want to go the American route. When this all started, we wanted to keep things sensible. And very reluctantly, like I say, things like interviews, which we see as a perfectly ordinary thing now. I mean, that was actually an American idea that we were very reluctant to adopt at first. It was kicking and screaming we took that idea on. which seems odd
Yeah.
now because we see interviews.
To be honest, I don't like the Jeremy Paxman approach to interviewing. I like the subtle approach where you like you lull someone into a false sense of security, then you ask them a question, and you get them to speak the full truth.
You're probably right, but I find it hilarious watching Paxman argue with people. I just love the kind of macho kind of back and forth of it. I just love the whole sparring nature of it. I just think it's funny. Politically, it's probably not very useful, but in terms of entertainment, it's quite funny. Excuse me.
Well, yeah. I mean, so far, I've just managed to finish off a few pastries while we were talking.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, yeah. I've just been on the beer. How much beer have you had, King?
5 cans.
5. I've had. Oh, I think I'm on my 7th.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not bragging. I'm just saying.
I'm
not being like, yeah, well. Actually, I'm on the Carlsberg, which is a light lager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I have work in the morning, so.
I don't know. Yeah, I probably could have had more, but I'm really bad with sleeping recently. For some reason, I can't get to sleep that well. Like it's just like I've had a phase where I've just not been able to get to sleep. So I'm trying to make sure I don't drink too late into the night.
Yeah. Are you on
I should drink more.
Yeah. Are you on reading week?
No, I just only. Well, I don't go to any of my lectures, so I only go to the seminars, which are. I've got.
You don't go to any of your lectures?
No, that's just pointless. I'll tell you what European.
Paid for the. You know what? You pay up the bum for the education, like $9,000 a year. You don't go to your.
What are you studying? What are you studying where your lectures are pointless, but you go to the seminars?
Politics. It's really. Well, the thing is, I have to go to my seminars, but the trouble with the lectures is that they basically just quote the reading verbatim, and you have to read the reading to do your seminar anyway. So ultimately, it does sound a bit ridiculous, but on the other hand, like it's especially obvious with political theory, because political theory, the way political theory works is like you read a book during the week, like Faber in this case, and then you go to the seminar and talk about it. And what you do in the political theory lecture is just have someone tell you what's in the book anyway. But it's basically the same with all of the different modules. So actually, there's no real need to go to the lectures.
Right.
The only real reason I could think of to possibly rationalize going to the lectures is because you want to learn something twice, or because you don't want to do the reading. But yeah, I just.
Fair enough, mate. It's your life.
Yeah. I don't miss any of my lectures because, oh fuck, it's all too confusing if I miss them.
No. Yeah. Well, I got my essays back, and I got firsts in all of them.
You're just gloating now, aren't you? You're just like, I don't attend any of my lectures, but fuck it, I get firsts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of us have to work for our grades.
But yeah. Hang on, don't you have to attend? I mean, don't you get marked on your attendance as well?
Mm-hmm. Well, you do actually get marked for your attendance on the seminars. But the lectures are so big that they don't pay attention to whether or not you're at the lectures.
So you don't have a register. Like my course has a register they hand round, and people have to sign it.
No.
Yeah.
You don't have that.
Don't you have to do a certain amount of don't you have to have a certain amount of attendance before you can get your student loan allowance or something?
No.
Yes.
There's no way they can tell it. I don't know. Honestly, they don't pay attention. But anyway, I've got my sheet.
What university are you at? Do you want to reveal that, or is that
Wait,
secret?
what?
What university are you at where they don't care if you attend the lectures?
I'm at York.
York, okay.
Okay. Fair dues. I dropped out of university. I've been full-time employment ever since. Work a fairly decent place, but I'm currently saving up to go back to university and just do a degree, because it looks good on paper.
Yeah.
I'm studying at the University of Chester, Warrington campus specifically, and I attend my lectures. Just throwing that out there. I attend my lectures.
Yeah.
You're going to get attacked now. You're going to get reveal that.
I'm just throwing that out there in case anyone thinks, oh yeah, I might be the kind of person who doesn't attend my lectures. I do attend them because I don't want to fail. I am the sort of person who will fail if I don't attend my lectures.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there are people in my house who do maths, and they don't attend the lectures, and I find that really weird, because I think like maths. And this is one of the things that always bothered me about that. I did maths at A level, and it always bothered me because I did maths, history, politics, and geography, and like in those other three subjects, if you didn't know the answer to a question, you could just use background knowledge to sort of get like a decent mark. Whereas in maths, if you don't know how to like differentiate the value of a curve, I can't speak maths anyway. Not unsurprisingly, I dropped maths after AS, but if you don't know how to do something in maths, you don't know how to do it. Whereas like politics, I mean, because in like if you're doing an essay for politics, all I really do is just read enough of the book to get a quote, and then write in the quote, and then I'm like, okay, move on to the next book. Like one of my essays I wrote in like 2 hours, and it had about 19 quotes in it. It's life. But yeah, I mean,
fair enough. I guess. I mean, I don't really need a degree now. I've got a decent job with that one. But it was hard still. Yeah.
I almost accidentally got a decent job when I was on my. I did a gap year, and I almost accidentally got a job. Excuse me, are you being classist?
Booyakasha.
Yeah, I'm allowed. It's punching up is allowed.
So I was on my gap year, and I was going to get job seekers allowance. I didn't really want job seekers allowance, but my dad was like, "You should get job seekers allowance because that way you get free money." And I was like, "Good point." So
yeah, I didn't want it, but then I heard that it was money.
I went there. It's so difficult not to get employed when you're like a middle class white male. It's like it's so hard. And I remember they had like a thing now like, oh, you can get a job in telemarketing. And I was like, okay, and I went there, and then I was just like talking to them, and then they started talking to me about how they had this window cleaning thing open, and like they were like, and it wasn't actually window cleaning. They were like, oh, we started this new window cleaning branch of our company, because the idea was we'll be telemarketing for this big conglomerate, and they've got a window cleaning factory, and they're like, oh, you could like be like a lower level managerial person for this company. And I was like, I mean, it sounds good, I guess, but I didn't really want a job doing, I didn't want a career. I just wanted to get free money. So then
I want a career, I want free money. Yeah.
And but yeah, that's the thing. Like, it does seem like it's really easy to just get a job just because you exist, and I don't know. So yeah, I don't. To be honest,
Envious, man.
more of a hobby.
So this is how it is. Like you just got given a job.
Yeah.
Like you walked into a job, and pretty much you walked into your university and you're getting first.
Oh yeah, actually that's the thing. Like I originally should have gotten to Swansea. I got an ABC in my A levels, which isn't anything like enough to do what I'm doing at York. Like what they normally ask for is like an AAA.
Wow.
But I went for clearing. I don't quite know how I got it.
You're really bright. Wow. I got a BCCD if I remember, for my A levels.
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I guess my C, admittedly, I don't think I should have got my C just because. Well, actually, I think I should have got. Basically, it was geography, and geography is divided into physical geography and human geography. And admittedly, the physical geography wasn't really my thing, because basically I did history, politics, and geography because my plan was basically just to do politics 3 times over. Because that's basically, you do politics, and then you just, like, you're doing history, and you're just like, okay, more politics just set in the past. And then you do geography, and you're like, okay, just more politics, just, set around, like, the planet and the ecosystem and things like that, which is broadly how it worked, but I got let down by the physical aspect of geography.
Yeah, I did, was it, if I remember correctly, business, IT, biology, and sociology.
Yeah, see, that's, like, too much of a mix. Like, I know people who did, like, a science, a language, and a humanities subject, and I think it just, because I do think that the way I did it basically did ultimately mean that I only had to really learn 1.5 subjects in order to basically learn 3 subjects. But yeah.
Fair news. Well, I mean, I managed to get myself a relatively half-decent job, but I still want to get a degree just for the sake of getting a degree, even though I don't really need one now. Just I want that as a feather in my cap, so to speak.
That's kind of why I want a degree. I don't know. I guess also, I mean, a degree maybe falls into the whole free money thing, because you do get 3 years of your life without having to do any work, and you get, I guess it's not quite free, but it's like, there's this theory, I mean, it's not really a theory, it's more just a statement by a guy called David K. Johnston, and he's basically saying that you're better off receiving money now that you have to pay back than not getting money now that you would get at a later point. And the argument is basically that, like, if you don't have enough money now, then that's debt, and that's not being able to buy a house and things like that. Whereas and I mean, obviously, for example, if you could have every bit of money that you'd ever earn in your life, presuming, so if right now you imagined all the money you'd get over the course of your life and you got it now, and then basically the idea was that you had to pay it back, chances are you would walk out of that situation richer, because you would never need to have a mortgage, you would never need to have any debt and things like that. So yeah, I do think...
Yeah, I think that's correct, because I'm a mature student now, and it is much easier trying to study stuff with it, because I've got a student loan now. It has helped a huge amount with what I'm trying to do. Yeah, before that I was just trying to scrape by running my own business, which I still do, but having a student loan is so much more useful.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, free university should be something that is a thing, but I mean, at least, I mean, America's terrible, because I was speaking to, we had 2 Americans in our flat for a term, and they were basically, one of them didn't have any student debt because they paid it all off up front. And something I didn't even realize about the American system is that they have interest on their student loan, which we don't have here, fortunately. I mean, we do have...
Yeah, you get charged interest on your student loan. No. It's a small amount, but you do get charged interest.
He's panicking now. He's gonna start attending lectures.
But it was completely free. It sucks. I mean,
No, it's not interest free.
It's not as bad as the American system. No.
yeah.
That
That
goes
was-
for pretty much everything in America, by the way. The British equivalent is generally better.
One of my teachers had this idea, and it's probably quite antiquated now. But basically, there was a time when you didn't have to pay your student loan after a period of like 15 years. So if you hadn't paid it off after 15 years, you were basically done. And he was like, one of the things I always wanted to do was get my student loan, get all the student loan I could, and then go on holiday for 15 years in like the Philippines or somewhere like that. with my 15 grand, and then after 15 years come back to the UK and not have to pay off any of my debt. And I thought that's a good system.
I think there's twigged people are doing that, and
Yeah.
Oh, Hobbs Justice wants to get into the Hangout.
to be honest, I was gonna wrap things up pretty soon.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Hobbs Justice.
Unless anyone particularly wants to carry on.
Maybe.
I'd like to sleep so I can go to work.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I was thinking because everyone's sort of dropped out. Yeah, sorry, Hobbs. Yeah. If I was gonna say, if anyone is a vegetarian or is interested in vegetarianism, on Thursday, I'm going to be doing a hangout on the subject of vegetarianism. Although I think it'll be the early hours of Friday morning for people in the UK.
Friday morning. Friday mornings. I have 3 seminars Friday. It's quite weird. Basically, all of the things I have to attend are right at the end of the week, so I can't do.
Oh no!
Okay.
All the 10 things. Oh no!
I get a 5-day weekend now.
Yeah, 5-day week. Just stop
Did you-
bragging.
You just go to uni. This is really bad. You go to uni just on a Friday.
No, I've got to go for an hour on Thursday too.
Oh my god, an hour! An entire hour! Oh,
What?
fucking hell!
A 4-hour work.
Oh, actually agonizing. Oh, an hour.
Oh God, you must work so hard.
It's honestly, I feel sorry for me.
Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna wrap things up partly because other people have left, haven't they? And so
Yeah, how long has it been? Has it been 4 hours?
it's probably been, we started at 9, didn't we?
Yeah, I never watched the full length of these hangouts, and I always think, how can they talk for so long? But
Oh, now you know.
yeah, now I know.
Yeah. Yeah, on Thursday, I was going to say, well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us.
No
And thank you to people watching. Thursday, if anyone's interested in discussing the issue of vegetarianism and veganism and so on, we will be discussing that on Thursday. Well, I'm not sure. The time zones are confusing. Probably about 1 or 2 a.m. on Friday morning it will be for the UK, but this will still be Thursday for America.
Okay, cool.
If anyone's interested in that, if they can message me on Twitter, my name on Twitter is Captain Andy 1981. If you want to message me just to let me know they're interested in that, I will make sure they get an invite to that. And of course, there will be. I'm going to do some other hangouts in the future as well. We may do another hangout on the UK election because there's still quite a while till it comes up.
Yeah, definitely. Last thing before we go, everyone make sure that you're registered to vote because of the changes in the electoral register process. I did a whole video on that, so I thought it would be stupid if I didn't mention it. But yeah, register to vote.
Absolutely. Do you have any closing words, King?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Let's think. Closing words. You should vote, and the other thing you should do is check out my YouTube channel.
Oh, right. Okay.
Talk about other things.
Cool.
Cool.
Yes.
Okay, bye.
King Farallon. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah.
See
Speak
you
to
on
everyone soon.
Thursday.
See you on Thursday. Bye bye.
Bye.